Hello and welcome to the Lega Pauper Lipsia. Right in front of you is the Qualifier. My name is Philip and with me today is Clemens. Hello Clemens, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. I'm very glad to be here. Thanks to being qualified already. I have the spare time to commentate this while you see people preparing their first match. Maybe Phil, you can explain what the people are doing here today, what this tournament is about.
Yes, I would like to. You see the Qualifier, and this is part of our two-layered knockout stage. So not only do we have a top 8, we also have this Qualifier tournament that qualifies for the top 8. And in the whole standing, like if you play all the league days, the top 7 go right to the top 8. And then everyone who top 8s the single game days, they come to this tournament and they play it out in a single elimination knockout, and the winner is the 8th spot in the top 8. So we had invited or eligible to play were 28 players from the Lega, and we have 14 here today. So we will be playing 4 rounds, and the first round has 2 buys. And yes, we see Eric. I'm presuming they're playing Rakdos, and we have Dennis, who I assume play Weenies. If this is not the case, we will change it in a second. And yeah, Clemo, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I think this is a very classic matchup in our community, at least. Having quite some Weenie players, especially these 2 players. I think for Dennis, it's a bit bittersweet to play here today. He made it 8th in our point standing after last game day. So he just missed by 1 place to be directly cut for the top 8 and has to play now for the free spot, for the qualifier spot. So let's see how Dennis will do. And Eric came 13th, which is also quite a good performance. So we will see how they will do.
Yes, so Dennis is kind of the person who we took the top 8 spot from, if you might say so. So this whole qualifier is set up on the head of the 8th person from the standing, and Dennis gets a chance to roll it out. They have to win 4 rounds, just as everyone else does. Win today's tournament, and then in 2 weeks, is the top 8. Will also be streamed live, presumably. And so, I mean, we don't know the matchup yet, but matchup-wise, do you see an edge here anywhere, or how do you think it's going to play out?
I mean, Weenies has good matchups against many aggro decks. I think Boros is one of the worst ones for Weenies, because they got these really annoying flyers, especially with the snackers returning often and taking away your little burps. And you really have to fight on different angles, which can go well, but sometimes fails. So Rakdos is definitely not a free match for Weenies. I think it's a fair share of chances, and both can get it. But Rakdos one of the harder matchups in case of aggro decks for Weenies, in my opinion.
Yeah, so that's probably because Prismatic Strands has to divide between black sources and red sources. The life gain you can't prevent, and then probably Kitchen Imp is another edge that Rakdos has here.
Definitely, yeah. The flyer package definitely is some nasty business, and also like the somehow usage of the yard, but not full on. So you have to decide, is your charm to prevent future snackers or to prevent the second looting when you have the feeling that the opponent is desperately digging, or do you use it as removal for a kitchen imp, for example? And also, like you mentioned, the 2-colored angle is hard to strand and you also have to see if you can do a lethal swing in the air with your opponent having also flyers in the air and also having life gain. So this is something which also makes the race a bit harder, and even if it's only 6 life or something, that buys definitely some time for Rakdos to win the race.
So I think we see both of them going to 6 here, right? This is a mulligan on both sides. And like taking out from what you said, would you say that Rakdos is the beatdown here, or is Weenies also capable of racing? Like if you have a good Inspector, Skyfisher, followed up by something like Chocomog or even all the Battle Screech, is White? Do you see White Weenie in a position to also pressure early and force Rakdos to answer their board?
I do. I think maybe this is like the game deciding aspect to validate right if you're the aggressor or not, because I think it can change throughout the match.
Yeah.
Depending of the board state, depending of how much life Weenies has, because then like Rakdos can decide when do they swing, when do they hold back their creatures as blockers. So can Weenies, but I think especially in the first match, the Voltaren Epicures are a bit dead. Looking at all these 1/2s, but especially the flyers are great, and Weenies only got the veterans for life gain, which is not that much. I think really the bit of life gain can matter in this match, definitely, which Rakdos has the option to gain.
Yes.
Did you have a peek at the hand of Dennis so that we can approve its Weenies and not speculating about something we won't see?
That's true. Yeah, I've been like, to give some transparency. We have the live stream set up, and I have been busy like checking some parameters, like if our noise is correct and everything. And so far, I haven't really checked the hand, but
okay, there we
here
go.
We have the
We
confirmation.
got our match. Yes,
we got Dennis on there. I would say their pet deck, and Erik as well. So these two Pauper Titans fighting it out in round 1 of the Lega Pauper Lipsia qualifier. And Dennis starts on the play. Turn 2, they attack with an Inspector. Erik takes it, and then it goes back to Erik.
Yes, and no follow-up play for Dennis. I think a nice refined informant or something would have been great if they had it. I don't know. I actually really can't see their hands that well. Clue token cracked that totally fine as well, but a bit of early pressure would have been better, I think, in this. But I don't know the hand, so.
But if Dennis had the Skyfisher last turn, then it tells me that Dennis wants to, play to the board, but don't leave any value. Like, you could have turned 2 Skyfisher on the Inspector, but no. You actually, but then you lose some damage, so.
No, you could do it second main. So you wouldn't have lost the damage, and you would have, in the opposite, you would have 2 damage more in turn 3. Because
right.
you could have swinged with the Skyfisher, and I think you got enough time to crack the clue later on when you need the action. But now in the early games, especially like Rakdos plays their tap lands, I would assume you want to pressure in with all you can get.
So either they didn't have, an early Remotion Rally to get through the blocking Kitchen Imp. So this is kind of that's a really aggressive line, no?
Yes. But I mean, you clear the board, you keep your 3 creatures, you put some pressure in. I was looking very close at the display to check what the creature on the left is, and it's the rapid. It's like I think you play it instead of the Lunar Veteran. It does the same, but it doesn't has a backside. You can bring it back from the yard, but it's a 1/2. So it survives all these nasty and the festivity cards.
So it's actually quite huge in this matchup.
In this matchup, it's quite huge. And we analyzed the last Pauper Weenies decks because I'm a Weenie player as well. So Dennis and me, we checked out what did other players do other than we did. And the best performing Weenies person which ended in 19th place, they played these rabbits, and I think Dennis got the taste of that and does it as well now.
Yes, I also have the luxury of some pre-match interview with Dennis, basically, where we tested together, and Dennis claimed that their list is set up well to survive the sweepers. I mean, the rabbit won't survive breath weapon and such, but and the festivities, as you pointed out, and these cards, so that they're just not as vulnerable to the really grindy interactive cards. And I mean, until here, things have been going Dennis' way, no?
Definitely. I mean, back up to 20 life, the rabbit is doing some nice work in the background. These life can be crucial in the later game state. Just collecting them now, where you are not that hard under pressure, is quite a luxury. And yeah, also the way wider board. Sure, the Kitchen Imp is a nasty blocker piece for all your 1/2s. I mean, it had a reason why Dennis had to crack their rally in the last swing, and also swings only with the Skyfisher now.
Yes.
Because the Kitchen Imp takes out one of your creatures with every swing. When you don't have the Guardian's Pledge or another rally, I don't know exactly how Dennis lists combines the pump spells. But in general, overall, it's definitely a good board state or a good game state for Dennis in my eyes. I'm with you there. Also having some clues, some spare clues, and yeah, in the moment Dennis gets a pump spell, this is quite hard. Okay, and
do we have strands? Yes,
yeah, there
strands.
is the hard cast strands, and this makes it even more comfortable for Dennis. Another thing, because we talked about the rabbit and the 1/2 stats, even more important than against anti-festivities, it's against these nasty lava darts. Because especially if you play Weenies against Red Madness, where you really want every bit of life you can get, it's very hard that they can snipe your life gainers with just a single dart.
Yeah.
Even from the yard, and so the two toughness are a big upside against the Lunak veteran.
So the things I've been noticing, Kitchen Imps on blocks, that is kind of a game state that I never reach against Rakdos Madness. So we can tell that Weenie is putting in the aggression, and also both of them are playing on 3 lands, and I think it must be turn 5 or 6 by now. So they have been redrawing both of them, but they have been just redrawing into action basically, and also mainly creatures. So far, some interactive spells, some clues being cracked, but the mana really goes into the board, and here it kind of gums up for the first time, no? Like
yes.
2 pretty good blockers. I think Eric would like to get aggressive at some point, but they need to stop all of this first before they can even think of attacking, right?
I think so as well. I see 1 or even 2 sneaky snackers in their hand. I'm not sure what the second card is. The first one is definitely a sneaky snacker, and if I'm right, the card on the bottom in the yard is a faithless looting. So if Eric manages to even put 1 or 2 more snackers on the board, that would change a bit the game state, because 4 flyers is.
So 1 second, here Dennis was debating whether to flashback loot prismatic strands to counter Eric's bolt on Skyfisher, and they did.
Yeah,
like they
that's the right decision, I think.
They thought for a moment, but then they did it.
That's the right decision, because if Dennis didn't do it, he would be shields down in the air for a backswing of Eric's condition and choice.
Yeah.
And with the Skyfisher, he has the opposite situation, like the like the kitchen imps for the 1-2s. This guy Fisher all the time takes out a kitchen imp if Eric would go for the swing. And there is a reason why Eric takes their bolt and targets it on the Skyfisher, because they know that the Skyfisher has to go.
Yeah, and also they know that they have to trade for this prismatic strands at some point. I mean, it was open information to them. They just, I had the feeling they were just running it into it. And also what I saw was the first highway robbery discarded Fury Temper, not Sneaky Snacker.
Yes.
So it's more like the immediate discard to get rid of something, because otherwise you would love to get the Snacker into the play.
That's right. But in this case, like you analyzed, it would just have been another flyer which can't connect. So, right decision to try to clear up the air. I think taking up your point with the land count, Rakdos is fine with 4, right? Especially there is one. There is one bounce land, so they got
Wow.
5 lands right now.
Sorry, 1 second. There is now instant speed Sazakep's Brew on a blocked Kitchen Imp. So Sazakep's Brew is basically a Fury Temper effect. A grab the price effect, but you don't make the opponent lose 2 life, but you pump your own creature if you give the opponent a fish. And do we see the fish handed over here? Where's the fish?
I don't know, but there was the take to the deck box where I expect the tokens in. Oh, there's a fish. They really got it.
The tapped
Yes.
Gold King. Awesome. And now we see the Snacker discard. So this is the potential to be a huge swing for Eric. No, they trade a Kitchen Imp for a Skyfisher, but they also get rid of this nasty blocker, and they get now finally their Snacker. So
so it was like card value up, and also solving the board state, which annoyed for some turns now.
Yeah, but will it be enough? I mean, you were pointing towards the land drops.
Yeah, exactly.
think-
Eric definitely doesn't want more lands right now.
Yeah.
So Rakdos is at their high. They will never need more than these 5 mana they got now with the bounce land, which makes 2 mana. Dennis, on the other hand, could definitely use a 4th land. There is still the clue. I don't know if there are some Battle Screeches, but you definitely want like 4 mana to be able to hardcast Battle Screech, which would also make quite a change in the game state, having 4 flyers.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just see a lot of cards in Dennis' hand. I don't know what they are, but I can imagine a 4th land would definitely be a nice
Do we see Pledge coming here?
top deck for Dennis.
Is this if from your experience with this swing, is this a Pledge swing or just a trade swing? Apparently it's a trade swing.
Yeah, I mean, the upside of Pledge would have been getting the Kitchen Imp, and I think there was 2 unblocked.
And you don't
creatures.
lose your Inspector.
Right, but sometimes the Pledge, if you don't do it for lethal, sometimes it's a bait, because then you don't have it anymore, and your opponent can just like stabilize the board. I think the combat thingy trick here wasn't huge enough to really play it, because now Dennis was able to just refill the board, which they couldn't have done if they pledged.
So you're saying that even if Dennis had Pledge in hand, it could have been correct to not deploy it here. We don't know whether Dennis has it. And in the meantime, Eric on end step gets rid of the life gain rabbit with a Fury Temper. And now it's back to 3 creatures versus 5. And it's Eric's turn to... They're on 9 life. I mean, are they playing to survive here, or is there wiggle room?
I think they are playing to survive. I mean, 21 life on Dennis' side are very comfortable. They don't have to fear getting killed in the next 1-2 turns, even with full swings. Okay, that was a very nice looting, getting Fiery Temper and Kitchen Imp.
Those is the scary stuff.
Yeah, it is, but still, 21 life are very nice. Um, and regarding the question if Eric is playing to survive, because Dennis didn't play a pledge and could still have it in hand, that makes the situation for Eric way more scary. Which you also can see because Eric used the fiery temper to shoot the inspector right now. He used the discarded fiery temper and shot one of the inspectors. Then it's got 5 of them, and one ate the fiery temper. I see this as a sign of Eric's desperation to survive this.
I mean, it could also be that they have enough stuff as to downtrade these bowls, basically. They're saying, like, if I keep your numbers low, I win anyways. I don't know. I cannot judge, but as a potential.
Yes, but I mean, from the view of the Weenies player, you are so happy to see that. I mean,
yeah, true.
Your inspectors, all of them gave you a clue already. Swung in 1 or 2 or 3 times, and then they even eat the bolt. Yeah, very exciting thing is the pack beast on Dennis' side, because we had many talks in the past where Dennis always told me, no, I don't really like the pack beast. It's just win more, and now they are playing it themselves.
Yeah, I didn't want to spoil it earlier, but this is part of this setup against the grindy decks.
All right.
Especially like the Arms of Hadars and Breath Weapon decks, where they kind of have to counter this card because it just rolls over the sweepers and redraws. And I think it's doing a good showing here right now, because this is a really, like, you can double block this pack beast with a snacker and an epicure, but that's not nothing. You punch through some stuff and you redraw, as with the inspectors. It was probably 1 mana.
It was 2 actually, but yeah, I get it. Looking at this board, I also get why this is a nice impact now, or has a nice impact now.
And Dennis is still on 3 lands and 4 clues, so they can grind for ages here.
Oh, and now Dennis bounced their land to replay it. I wondered, they also could have taken the pack beast and replay it for the last remaining planes, right? Then it would have just been directly card draw for 1 white.
But give me an insight. If Dennis keeps open 2 white mana in this position, I have the feeling this is on purpose. What is the purpose? Is it Draven Charm on the graveyard? Or what
I
is
don't
it?
know. I don't know if there is some, like, how tasty the Yard of Eric is right now. Coming in my mind, it's also only Fraben Charm for 2 mana. Sure, you always threat, like Dennis does now. You always but you always have the option to just crack the clue, having 2 mana open, so you don't lose anything, because you just can draw 1 more card. And yeah, you threat the Fraben Charm, which is always nice to have. It's removal if you need it. It's grave hate if there should come something up. I mean, I grab the prize with a snacker. You just can counter that when Eric would go for it.
Yeah, and I mean, sneaky snackers are still, from the grinding angle, the card draw of Eric and the snackers are really a factor here, no? Because if every draw spell gets back 2 snackers, which before that traded for an inspector or double traded for a pack beast, whatever, it's really hard to keep punching through this.
Definitely. The snackers are definitely a factor in this game. Also because the winning angle of Weenies is very often in the air if the ground gets just like filled up in the while the game, and then you want to finish in the air with your small flyers, and you're like, your big upside is that you can make all these flyers so easily. A Battle Screech brings you 4 at a time. I don't know if Dennis plays Squadron Hawks, but if you do, this is also like 4 flyers. And Snacker is one of the cards which can somehow compete with that. Sure, they come in tapped, but they come repeatedly and can take out your birdies. So that makes it harder to outnumber your opponent in the air than it is against most other decks.
Okay, so we see Pack Beast, the biggest creature on the board, being answered by Lightning Bolt. But before that, there was also Vampire's Kiss from Eric. And finally, the life total has switched. Now actually, Eric has more life than Dennis. Does that change anything?
I don't know. I also see that the board state is very stabilized for Eric, besides the Pack Beast, but at least the 3 flyers are definitely in Eric's favor. But on the other hand, Dennis is sitting there with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 cards. Eric desperately cracked both blood tokens and drew a 3rd card now. So resource-wise, Dennis is definitely up. Dennis was sitting on 3 lands for a long time. Now they've found their resources.
And could finally convert the clues into hand cards.
Exactly. So we have to see how this plays out. But you are right. This is a game state. This is also like 4 life now, which Dennis loses.
Unless they just strands for the to prevent the 2 damage from grab the prize.
Oh no, yeah, and it would have been 5 life. I'm sorry. The Arms of Hadar does 3. And this is the thing which I said before the game, that it's like these Rakdos is a very hard matchup for Weenies because it does everything just ongoing, and then you find yourself in exactly this situation.
But I wonder, like, Dennis didn't have Chocomog or Pledge yet. And I mean, you can definitely win White Weenie games without them. But I mean, at this point, Dennis saw like 20 or 25 cards. Just 1 Pledge would really make a difference, no?
Yes,
I mean, now it's maybe already too late.
I mean, it would have been not too late. It would have been lethal. Oh, this is huge, having the
Okay, and
now.
now it changes.
But I wanted to say, Dennis is down to 6 life, and Eric didn't attack. And the air was free. He could have bring Dennis to 2 life with the 2 kitchen imps, but they didn't because they were afraid of Guardian's Pledge lethal backswing.
Yeah. And I mean, it's only lethal with Pledge, yeah. But here now, like, Pledge is really set up. With whatever blockers Eric can stay back. Now it's like 8 or 10 or 9 creatures. But I haven't seen it. Dennis holds their cards in a way that we can never really tell.
Yeah.
And I mean, Eric is playing a draw spell every turn.
Yes,
so they got the
and
cards
there is a
flowing
snacker.
as well.
There's a snacker coming with that now. And I don't know, are there snackers sleeping in the yard already?
And Dennis has 2 mana up, so I think they're...
1 snacker? Okay, no other snacker in the yard. I wasn't taking care of that. How many there are yet?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, now you have exactly this nasty board stall in the air. Oh, and follow-up looting. Both don't go out on their resources. Very interesting.
Yeah,
this hurts.
We really got 2 engines humming, and Dennis is down to 3.
And the Arms of Hadar, you can't strand that because it's life loss. And now every bolt threat's lethal.
And you also the creatures that Eric has right now, if they just swing, Dennis has to use strands on black.
Yeah, but then it would have
doesn't.
been... Yeah, because they got their 4 flyers. From the
I forgot that there's the birds now.
And then it would have been very, very crucial, like Dennis could have combat tricked.
Sure thing, yeah, I forgot about the birds.
But you also, I don't know, if Eric would have a bolt, it could have been a great bait to attack. Dennis does their combat thing with strands and birds to block, and then they use the strands to prevent black for combat trick, and then you just shoot the bolt. So the attack could have been also...
yeah, if you had bolt, then this would...
Yeah.
But this board probably wouldn't have baited Dennis to do it, right? I mean, they see that they're dead to a bolt.
Yeah, sure. But then they had to trade their birdies away.
True, but I think if the kitchen imps are tapped, you're fine even with jumping, no?
Yeah.
In this position, you got like 9 creatures on the board. Okay, so
And-
only the pack beast attacking
Yeah,
again.
which tells us there is no pledge in Dennis' hand, because otherwise it would just have been the full swing. No discussions about that.
So the life gain of Eric's burn deck, like namely the Arms of the Vein, the Vampire's Kiss,
Kisses, yes.
they brought Eric back to 15 life. I think the lowest was like 9 life.
Yes.
And I think at 9 life, this combat looks wholly different,
Exactly.
even without the pumping. But on 15 life, Dennis really can't afford to fully charge in.
Yeah. And they were even able to full tank the pack beast now. They didn't even jump it. They just took it.
True, yeah. I mean, from Eric's perspective, you're dead to pledge anyways, right? So why you don't need to factor it in anymore.
No, but like Eric doesn't attack since turns in fear of a lethal backswing. I mean, yeah, it's the ball stall in the air. They don't come through if they swing with their flyers, and they make sure that there is not, even without the pump spell, a lethal backswing just due to pure numbers on Dennis' side.
And now next turn, without pledge on Dennis' side, they still don't have an attack. Like the pack beast and the informant can be blocked by whatever, the snacker, and then they only have like 10 creatures.
Main deck
Okay.
and the festivities forces Dennis to crack the
And now
crack
bold.
the stress.
Now you bold.
Yeah, but now it's resolved. The bolt should have come in response. But I think it's quite interesting. They are digging for their solutions so hard. Both got different solutions. I mean, Dennis got their pump spells, and Eric just needs some bolt. And they got more than enough in their deck.
And Eric has worked their way through the current strands, and Dennis does not have, I think, maybe one clue or no clue. So now, like, really every epicure puts Dennis from 3 to 2, and the festivities and such. Also the just Arms of the Vein is lethal again.
But what are the numbers here, even without a pump spell? Eric got 4 blockers, which could jump these 2 swingers Dennis places right now, and then there are
Dennis has
4
10 creatures attacking.
10 creatures
Potential.
with one power.
So it's just not enough. If you block everything, you take
Yeah, it's
damage
not
from
enough.
8 creatures.
Exactly. And then you go down to 3, and Dennis definitely doesn't play any bold options.
And instead of like double blocking the pack beast, Eric also just goes for the take the least damage and
Yes.
eat the most inspectors block, and then so they're taking 8 here.
Yes, because if he would say, I double block the pack beast and maybe even the informant, then 4 inspectors would have been enough to be lethal with a pledge.
Yeah, but I oversaw again, like Dennis didn't swing with the birds. Of course they can't.
Yes.
Another
there
battle
are-
screed.
Yes, but that's not. I mean, it's great, but it's so desperate. You just need. I mean, maybe they get another strand in hand, but you need the pledge to finish the game. 3 life is so low.
But 1 second, did Eric block all the creatures in combat? No, I think
No,
they took damage.
2 went through. That's right.
So we must have kept in head they didn't.
They are
update.
down to 9. Yes, but maybe we should.
I think they're writing it down. No.
No.
Then
They are
we
just
should tell them.
sipping.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I will do that.
Okay. So 1 commentator left. The other commentator running to the table to tell them to update the live. And we're still in this board stall situation. Okay, here we see, now we got one of the streamers on camera, right? You just saw Clemo's hand, I think. I'm actually also interested what they figure out. Okay, so wait a second, Clemo. You're back.
Yeah, thanks.
Good
Yeah,
job
they-
for
they
correcting
missed
this.
it. Yeah, they missed that.
Okay, and so Dennis keeps overloading this board with 1-1s for now. I mean, they must be hoping for Pledge or Chocomog because that's just game over. But can they threaten lethal just with what they have?
I mean, Eric has
10,
4
12.
blockers now.
It's 11
It's
attackers potentially.
3. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
they blocked the big ones, and then we got enough. If there 4 blocks, and then it's exactly 9 damage, 9 spare creatures. We got 10 birds.
So Weir pointed out in the chat that also the Epicure damage wasn't dealt to Dennis.
Shit. Okay, I will
Wanna
correct
run
this
again?
as well.
Thank you. Okay, that's really cool actually about the live commentary. No, we've seen some mistaken happen on camera, but if we commented, der wurde noch gestrandet. Ah, stimmt, it's in the grave. Yeah, we didn't see that prismatic strands was added to the graveyard. Okay, so we're back at Dennis is at 9. Eric couldn't find the lightning bolt. And
Yeah, still.
and Eric is at 9, and Dennis couldn't find the pump spell yet.
Yes. But has enough on board right now. Just to do the lethal swing. We got 10 birds and 3 ground creatures to 4 blockers. And that's just enough to do the 9 damage.
And I mean, Dennis can do this swing again where they lose 2 creatures, but they deal 2 or 3 damage. Yeah, that's what they do here.
But they just have lethal with the pure numbers of creatures.
I counted that
They have
differently.
10 birds and 3 ground creatures, which makes it 13. 13 minus 4 blockers is 9 spare creatures.
You're right, yeah. I thought they had 11 only.
Which is incredible. This is an incredible game-ending situation after staying on 3 life.
But Eric
for
has
turns.
open mana.
Yeah, but Dennis got a spare strands in the yard and played around that by placing a Skyfisher.
Okay, so Eric doesn't have anything else.
Which is a great. I mean, you could easily getting overexcited and just full swing in the situation, but Dennis did the right thing. He played the Skyfisher just for the strands. He bounced the planes so that they don't lose a attacker because they needed every single creature to attack. So they managed to do it exactly right because there was the backup bolt in Eric's hand.
So probably preventing this 1 Epicure damage was kind of to set up lethal as well.
Maybe. But on the other hand, the strands from the hand would have done the job as well on this point now.
True, they had so much mana. Yeah.
But, I mean...
You play around Epicure plus Vampire's Kiss.
Exactly,
yeah.
I wanted to mention this as well. And, like, seeing game 1 ending in this way, it feels to me like Dennis stole it.
Really? Because Eric couldn't find the bolt?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And, I mean, Eric, they digged since 4 turns or somewhat. This is like a big portion of luck connected to that victory. I mean, sure, Dennis could have found their pledge as well, and they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But
so
looking at these live, it's quite a game steal to still win this for Weenies. I would think.
So you're saying this was basically Rakdos or like Eric's game to win from the mid game perspective?
From the mid game perspective, ongoing, I definitely had the feeling that Weenies was behind,
Mm-hmm.
because also like both were digging. After there was the Ramosian rally, I don't know, there are maybe 2 pledges or something in the Weenies list, or 3, let it be 3. And on Eric's side, there is Fiery Temper, Bolt, Arms of Hadar. Sure, there were many already in the yard, because they used it to snipe the Skyfisher in the early game all the time. But still, I think there were way more outs to just close the game with the 3 damage.
Yeah, and I mean Dennis kept playing to their outs, and I mean it looked grim even with the 10 attackers, but eventually they managed to overload enough the board and get rid of some of the imps even to close it out. And here we see the both of them sideboarding, and today we don't have the deck list registered, so we cannot really give you insight in the exact lists. But I think what we could do is to just assume on some basic stuff that they have, and to point that stuff out.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what Rakdos has in their sideboard as options. What I know is that they definitely will take out the Epicures for whatever. But
sorry, one thing, just because it flew in the chat, Celine pointed out that if Erik, but if you bolt the Skyfisher, Celine pointed out, needed to bolt with the Skyfisher on the stack.
That's right, because then Dennis had to use exactly. That's right. That would have been the play for Eric to prevent this lethal swing. Thanks for this viewer comment in the chat. Yeah, exactly. So that would have been the prevention of the lethal swing, because then there would be 1 creature short in the air for Dennis.
That's awesome. And if people on YouTube wonder, this comment was handed in via Twitch, so that's why maybe you can't see it.
Yes. Okay, yeah, but YouTube corrected us with the Epicure strength thing. Maybe we wait with interruptions of the game for future situations, and trust in the hive mind of the YouTube and Twitch chat.
Yes.
So if you mention something where we are on the wrong track, feel free to comment and correct us.
Yeah, for sure.
We try to have more eyes on the chat from now on.
So so basically if Eric saw it, they could have prolonged the game at least for 1 turn and traded Lightning Bolt for Strands anyways, as it turned out. And yeah, that would have given them another turn to swing back probably. Then Dennis couldn't have even attacked it at all.
I mean, exactly. Dennis wouldn't do this swing if it's not lethal, because of the direct lethal backswing. But I mean, what a banger ending just of game 1 of the day today with this place. I mean, I just wanted to point out, we were at the sideboard talking, but I just wanted to point out how nice the play with the Skyfisher was, and now even this, that Eric could have even greater played around it and used the situation for themselves to prevent the lethal swing.
I mean, it's always a tough task to find these things on board.
Yeah, sure.
But amazing. And we're also, I mean, both of them are playing really fast, or pretty fast, I would say. And we have the luxury of streaming with no timer today. So these rounds will go until they're decided. And if game 2 and 3 go as long, go to turn 12 or whatever, they will, and we will see them fully. So I'm looking forward. And
we should give Dennis their first game win in the graphic, I think.
Also a good point out.
And okay, Dennis is mulliganing down to 6. I didn't. Oh, and it seems like Eric went down to 6 as well. So we have a 6 versus 6 again regarding the mulligans.
Okay.
And game 2 starts kind of game 1 did, right? We got the Inspector in turn 1. On the other side, we got a tap land. We get the Inspector swing on turn 2. But this time we get a play afterwards and not just a pass. And there is the Rabbit again, getting some life. I don't know. Let's go back to the sideboarding. Does Rakdos has any grave hate? And do they want to board this in?
I can only assume, to be honest, like they can play Spellbomb, of course. But I don't know how relevant it is to them, or no, to be honest, I can't put myself in the head of the Rakdos sideboarding on grave hate.
I mean, they surely got 1 or 2 board wipes, maybe.
Yeah,
I could imagine if they got some. If they got some, I would assume they want to put it in. But yeah, I'm unsure on both sides what you really want to board. Also with Weenies, sure you have some more life gain you want to put in, I assume. But aside from that, I couldn't imagine you don't want to put in your Holy Lights, you don't want to put in your Standard Bearers, you don't want to put in, I think Dennis is still on some Destroy Evils, you don't need them, you don't need your Dust to Dust. Yeah, I assume that.
Maybe Rakdos has Flaring Pain. As a metagame call.
Okay, so we hear.
Yeah, guys, before you wonder, exactly, Anton joined us in the booth. They already won their first match.
To support with a little bit of chaotic energy here.
Exactly, because there is it was the thinking of doing an open mic commentary later today. So we open the sessions how it seems right now.
Use the microphone.
And to bring you up, Dennis won an outstanding game 1 with an outstanding game ending of game 1. And now we see game 2 and are speculating about sideboard tags on both sides.
Yeah, I mean the board wipes are pretty easy if Eric has them. More End the Festivities and Breath Weapon. I was thinking about Duress just to get rid of the cards that really kill you. It's a bit far-fetched because like if you top deck that late, it looks pretty bad. But if you can rob like a starting hand of the engine pieces, why not?
Yeah, I think this is fine, especially because you definitely want to take out the Epicures and then you have 4 spaces to fill.
Yeah.
So why not take the rest? Especially, also if you find it in the mid to late game, just to make sure that there is no Guardian's Pledge in the hand right now, gives you a lot of security, and also would have definitely do a change for game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Just knowing that there is no lethal backswing except Dennis top decks it, but
yeah.
Is just a big upside.
Is this Arms of Hadar?
In the hand on the no.
But that's an Epicure, no?
No, the first card is, what is the first card in Eric's hand? Arms. Right. I was with Arms of the Wayne in my head, but that's Arms of Hadar is right.
Arms of Hadar, that's huge actually that they have this tech. I think
Yes.
that's pretty unusual for Rakdos to play, no?
I
Like a 4-mana sweeper, and
yeah.
I think it's their.
But
I think it's their get-on tech. They tried to play Rakdos Control basically some time ago, and I think Eric has come back to playing it.
All right. And I mean, I definitely get why you do that, because you keep your own flyers with that, because it's not global. And the big downside of, for example, the Breath Weapon is that your own flyers, which you definitely want to swing in with, die to that as well. So Arms gives you, and it has a little bit, the little upside of looking at the cards deeper. And I think if I mean, I get it. Rakdos, they gain their life. They have a bit more time to wait a turn longer.
But I think the
Look at the board state now, because
Dennis is nearly dead to burn, depending on what Eric has in hand. So he's basically forcing Dennis to commit further to the board so he can wipe it with the Arms of Hadar. I think it's looking pretty grim for Dennis here, right?
Yeah, but now there's there's the Shokomog, which will survive in the Arms of Hadar at least. And yeah, Arms, big upside for Arms as well. You can't strand that.
And I think the problem with arms is that there are so many relevant creatures in White Weenies that you don't catch. It's like kill off all of your inspectors and birds, good, but keep all the skyfishers, Chocomog, and everything that got a plus counter.
Yeah, and the Park base survives, but
And
But
it can be
I
countered
mean-
by pledge. So I think it's a pretty good
Yeah,
card,
but
but it's not as game winning as Arms of Hadar has to be.
yeah, but like I said, you can't prevent it with your strands, which you often keep as your backup option or as your security option, and it's just off with that. I don't know if Dennis expects Arms of Hadar. If Dennis
And here it's
and there
really
it
good.
is, yeah,
Here it's
and
really good.
exactly. And if Dennis would have expected maybe a breath weapon, strands would have been totally fine. But now it's off. And even the Rafine's informant dies, they just keep their Chocomog,
Oh,
which
but
pumps.
there's Remotion Rally coming.
Oha.
So Dennis has their backup, and it saves everything but the birds.
Yes, so they keep the inspector and the informant.
And Dennis is left with only Thraben Charm in hand, so they really have to win this game with what they have on the board.
Exactly. I mean, we also can point out the lives again. Dennis already is down to 8, but also Eric is just down to 2 cards right now. I don't
And-
know what will come now.
And Dennis flashed back strands with the last bird that was untapped. And Eric responded with Temper on Chocomog to get rid of that at least.
Yeah.
And so Dennis for now stays at 8 life.
But what for Dennis needed the strands now? What did I miss? Was there blocking going on, or
I think they wanted to prevent every damage that can happen in the turn.
okay, because all right.
And maybe they even did it on black to prevent the kitchen imp from attacking. And Eric didn't attack with the imp, so I assume Dennis put it on black. And here goes the graveyard.
Yes. Was there some
I think there was at least a snacker and
and the looting which wasn't flashback yet, right? I'm not sure.
that one I'm not sure. But
Okay, now Dennis is going for the pump planes, which is quite nice because both their creatures are dying to the imp right now. With the +1/+1 counter, they don't.
oh, but it's grim for Dennis, no? I mean, doing 19 damage with empty hand and 2 creatures and the crew.
I mean, they got 1 card with the clue, yes. Oh, and they even swing. They don't care about backswing down to 6 life.
and Eric takes it.
They can't block, that's right, yeah. But
Eric takes
is
it,
there-
sends them to 6, and now let's see if Eric has 6 burn damage. Eric
and now
tries to
Eric
find
can
it.
check their resources, yes.
There's at least a temper in hand.
What is interesting is
It's
because we-
tempers and arms.
oh, now they
And
showed
that's
off
it.
a card, yeah. So we will see a game 3. What was the message? Yeah.
I can't read Max's handwriting, so I can't decipher it. But I see blue terror on it.
Mono Blue Terror and Dimir Fey mit Terror. Mono Blue Terror ist Dimir Fey mit Terror.
Interesting.
All right. Yeah, we just got some paper sheets through the game and we're not really able to encrypt them.
Okay, so after the really long game 1, we had a rather short game too, where Eric kind of punched through from the beginning. We were talking a lot about Arms of Hadar and strategies, but I think it was just Eric just went to town here, right?
But now we saw, because Eric presented it incidentally, we saw their electricary. How do you feel about bringing in more 1 damage board wipes?
I mean,
From the Rakdos perspective, it's just for the birds, right? I mean, for the birds. And I mean, we saw 2 games right now. Oh, we also have to put a 1-1 in the round counter. We saw 2 games right now, and we didn't see a Squadron Hawk, which makes me wonder if Dennis even plays them in the first place. And then I really don't know if you want a card which just deals with the battle creatures and nothing else.
so my answer would be that Dennis' list shows to be extra resilient to sweepers overall, and also especially against the 1 damage ones. I mean, we haven't seen Squadron Hawk here. To be fair, we also haven't seen Guardian's Pledge, but it must be in the deck. So, Squadron Hawk could be hiding. But even Lunak Veteran is removed to play a 1/2 life gain creature. And yeah, it's basically down to Battle Screech. The only upside I can see of Electricary is that sometimes you can block and make Electricary like do the rest, or Electricary countering like a Remotion Rally in this sense. And it's not huge. And I think the question is more, is it enough for Eric?
That's the point, and I also can imagine that you have quite some situations where you have sitting it in your hand for quite some turns and wishing for even an Epicure which could have blood cycled the land away or something. I just can imagine quite some situations where you have it stuck in your hand and not really the usage for it, because it like we thought you just hit the Battle Screech Birds or the Squadron Hawks if they are in the deck. Oh, and now we have the double life gain opening.
So that's like a solid buffer for Dennis, but at the same time it's also not the most aggressive start.
That's right, but I think it's totally fine, because they do the same damage as an Inspector would do.
Mm-hmm.
So you
True.
you don't start that aggressive with Weenies anyways. Interesting is that Dennis played their idyllic whatever on turn 2, which tells us there is a lot of action in their hand, because they have just these 2. They just have these 2 lands.
And also Dennis playing full dividends to the name of the deck. This is like a really weenie start. They used all the 4 mana they had to play 1-drop creatures, but they missed the land drop on turn 3.
Exactly. And we also have a situation right now where you could see if Eric has an Electricary in their hand, it's totally dead. You have 4 creatures on the board of Dennis' side, and Electricary would kill not even one of them. And it's all 1-drops, but the card is dead.
And I think, judging from the Arms of Hadar and Electricary being boarded in, that Eric has not boarded in Duress.
Yes.
Maybe they boarded out 3 other cards, but I think every other card in the Rakdos deck is decent or good in this matchup. So they went for sweepers, take every sweeper I can get, instead of Duress, presumably.
It seems to me Eric has quite a slow start as well, right? Just having a snacker on turn 2, and then on turn 3 just playing a Vampire's Kiss to like set up future turns.
There is 2 snackers in hand, so there it kind of means there is no draw spell, no? Because otherwise, what would you think about here?
Yeah, but with the 2 snackers in hand, the blood tokens enable both of them. So if Eric cracks the second one, which he does now, they do now, then yeah, exactly.
Trigger
Both
both snackers.
snackers will trigger now. Oh, and there is the. This is huge for Dennis, wiping the graveyard with both snacker triggers on the stack.
Oh wait, Dennis did have a land drop. I thought they passed the turn, but maybe they were waiting for something else. Okay, I'm sorry. No, it's
No,
the
no,
next
it was
turn. It's the
exactly.
next
There was
turn.
a
Now I
full
get it.
turn circle going on
Okay.
since then.
Just the swings.
So they kept up all the free lands open. I don't know. Maybe there would also have been a Strands waiting in the hand. So 2 life and the loot. And there is a Strands going. Oh, they have to do the counter on the informant. I hope they don't forget it. I mean, they can't forget it because they yeah, there it is. And now there is the question: is the surviving rabbit worth 2 strands here? Dennis decides no, but I think you could have decided 2 strands there, because look at the life. Only the 2 rabbits made it already very comfortable for Dennis, and if you keep both, it's going on like that.
So Dennis not using it tells me they have a purpose in mind for it, because there's definitely the upside of using it. So the what would you use it on otherwise would be, you don't know if Eric is playing Breath Weapon. Like maybe you want to prevent a bolt on a Skyfisher or on Chocomog.
Yeah, in this case maybe on the even on the informant, because it's free power in the front and you just want to raise.
So I agree with you, and there must be something that Dennis is playing around instead of it.
Yeah, but I totally get Dennis' decision, because I mean they got 5 creatures on their side and Eric got 0 with 27 life on 12 life. So Dennis is definitely in the role of the aggressor. So that I totally get. Okay, I don't need the life gain of this creature anymore. Even if I got a second one, I would prefer to keep the strands to protect my aggressors.
Oh wow! And Eric discarded, among other things, Sazakep's Brew to Faithless Looting. So they must either have an abundance of draw spells in hand, or I don't know. Maybe they just want to use the mana for burn damage.
Yeah.
But getting rid of, that's actually a strong card to get rid of. But Eric is on 5 life, so they're really fighting for survival here.
Yeah. And there you see a big downside of the snacker. The snackers come in tapped all the time, which doesn't help in the situations like this where you are facing big aggressions. You can't buy shit from the fact that you have a tapped creature from your yard when the next swing just comes in directly the turn after.
Yeah. The impact comes 1 turn later, otherwise
Yeah,
maybe this card would have not been in the
yeah,
format anymore.
Yeah.
You could do that instant speed as a blocker.
That
Wow.
would be even more busted than it already is.
Okay, so we see Eric fighting for life, discarding the 4th snacker this game, also casting Temper on the informant, and now we
have the situation where I definitely would see a Strands, but
now it can also be blocked by a snacker.
Dennis lets it die, and if Dennis has a Romosian rally in hand, I definitely get why they let it die, because they only have 1 creature to tap for the free spells, and if there is another Arms of Hadar, you definitely want to go with the rally, because that can protect your board. The Strands is not able to do that.
Yeah, that would be one reason, yes.
Oh no, but Dennis was empty-handed, so I take back everything I said.
But yeah, interestingly, I mean, Eric could play Bojuka Box, so there would be a
yeah,
general
there already is one. There already is one on the
so
battlefield.
Yeah, okay, maybe with Canarium you get 1 turn to use your strands then. Otherwise...
Oh, there's a Battle Screech.
And that's one of the better cards that Dennis could have top decked, no?
Yeah, but now there is the question. Are you willing to take one of your attackers to flashback it? And Dennis is.
And here,
Because-
electricity is at least decent.
Yeah. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would have done it like Dennis does here, because they already have their big board, and they just can swing in and see what happens. They have some clues left, and I don't know if I would have put even more birds. It's definitely a win more situation here, putting the birds on the battlefield. They have clues open. They could have take a look, for example, for crack one clue, look if there is another Fraven Charm to clear the snacker and have the lethal swing on the board.
I think I see your point, and at the same time, if Dennis would have not gone for Screech here, they would have attacked with 5 creatures, trade 1 with the snacker, so Erik goes to 1, and then Dennis has 4 creatures left, and I can understand the feeling that if Erik is on 1 life and I have 4 creatures, there is more things that stabilize Erik out of this than if I attack with 4, and next turn I can attack again with 7.
Yeah. Now Erik is using a bolt for one of the birdies.
So there's no electricity in hand apparently.
Yeah. And I don't get why they use it on the bird. I mean, Dennis already passed their turn, so use it on the rabbit or something, because the bird doesn't do anything anyways. There is a second one for the bolt or something, but for the strands or something. But I think if you are willing to use a bolt for one of these small creatures, then at least take the one which gains life and has an upside.
Maybe I don't know, but maybe the idea was to tap out Dennis of untapped creatures. It's a bit far off, I know.
Yeah, but and like I said, I think Dennis is empty-handed again. They are tapped out, so they can't use their clues. There is only the strands in the yard which can happen from the...
Okay, so this could be the final turn of the match. We have Dennis with 7 attackers, Erik on 5 life. Excuse me, it's even 8 potential attackers.
No, it's 7.
7, so 6 go, and 1 stays back for strands.
Exactly.
So, and here is electricity.
And there is the strands, and there is the GG.
That's the game.
Okay, so we have Dennis on Weenies winning against Erik on Rakdos with an outstanding game 1, where for a long time... Oh, and there Dennis shows us that they play the Martyrs.
That they boarded it in.
Exactly. Oh, and they got a second rally, Ramosian rally in the sideboard. It seems okay. They choose the relic as well. Yeah, we have an outstanding game 1 where for a long time it's not clear who wins it, and then we have game 2 and 3 which go more clearly to one side and another side.
Yeah, it was so much more swingy, no?
Yes. Oh, where did Dennis get these nasty Chocomogs? I mean, the other one was nice as well. This one seems very much altered as well. Let's Fets, I assume, is...
Yes. If I have a prediction,
Yeah.
I have the person in mind who provides people with cards in this community.
All right.
That would be a shout.
While they are clearing up and we have matches ongoing, maybe it's interesting for you what we got today from the other players. So we saw this matchup. Then we have 2 players with the buys that were Jean-Mi and Silvius on Gardens and Dimir Terror. We have these buys because of the 14 people number. If we do these buys now, then we have 8 matches next round, which then gives us a clear tournament tree to the finals. Yeah, then we saw this matchup. Then we have Walls combo against Spice combo. Oh no, maybe that...
Okay, so that's table 5, and that's Jonas on Walls combo against Tim on Spy combo. And then that's table 4. There we have Yannis on Slivers versus Lucas on Poison Storm. Wow, that also sounds like one hell of a matchup. Then we have on table 3 Felix on Cycle Storm against Max on Mono Blue Terror.
Yes.
Oh wait,
yes.
this is a different Max than I
No,
thought.
no,
in the
yeah,
beginning.
no, Max. Our Max M dot is already qualified for the top 7.
Okay, so Cycle Storm against
Mono Blue Terror,
Blue
Slivers
Terror.
against Poison Storm, Walls combo against Spice combo, and then we got Pinger Burn against Grixis Affinity, which already is decided. Anton, who joined us some minutes ago, won with Grixis against Pinger Burn. And then we got at the last table also some honorable members of our Power to the People community. Richard on Core Gates against Moritz on Mono Red Madness.
Oh, that's also... Moritz knows how to win this, but it's rough.
Definitely,
It's rough for sure.
definitely. And I think Core Gates also has their angles to win against Mono Red Madness. You got the you got the journeys, you got the strands, you got the frame charms,
And also...
and you get your life linkers which you can pump. But they die to at least the cats die to the lava darts, which are very nasty.
And also what I just saw, because like it's so prominent on screen right now, the beautiful tables of the Libelle. We haven't really given an intro at the place we're playing at today.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, we are playing at Libelle, which is like a self-organized off space in Leipzig, a project done by volunteers, and this place gives us as a Pauper to the People community home for some years now. And if we wouldn't have this place, I think we as a community wouldn't be there where we are today. So we are very thankful that this is possible today again. And yeah,
100% appreciation for the Libelle. Thank you, everyone.
and yeah, after we played every league day with up to 64 players in another location due to space issues, it was big enough to host the qualifier today. So we thankfully went here again.
In our own cozy space. Awesome, yeah. And I think the last thing we can do before maybe we also take a break is to announce what's going to happen with the commentation today. I mean, we had Lou walk in and give us some insights as well. And we're basically be cycling the microphone. So first round you had Clemens and me commentating, and the next round I think is up for grabs. Anything can happen.
Yeah, we will see, because like this is single elimination, like Phil said in the introduction. So we have some drop-offs right now. So yeah, we will see if somebody is up to commentate, or Eric wants to cry on the microphone about their game 1, even if we tell them that there would have been an out. I don't know if they got that yet.
It's actually true. We could have interviews.
Yeah.
Finally.
But for now we will take a look. Maybe we will get some interviews, and then you will hear us earlier than you expect. I'm also wondering. I don't know. We don't have a plan back here in the office how the other matches are going on in the front. Is there plans to switch a matchup while sideboarding into the booth?
True.
In case the booth goes totally fast and we have some weird storm matchups or gardens against Demir, if they wouldn't have a Bibo, then I could expect it goes for quite a while that we switch in some other matches. We will clarify that.
Yeah, and maybe have that as a future of round 2.
Exactly, and
I think
take a
sorry.
look for now.
I think the crowd has gone like a little more quiet in the other room. So I assume we are ready. We're done.
We are done with the stream match. Do you need anything else? Richard und Moritz are still playing Mono Red, Burn, Madness gegen Corgate.
Das ist das letzte?
Aber wir sind schon mitten im dritten Match.
Yeah.
All right. So we are hearing right now the last ongoing match is actually the Mono Red Madness against Corgates. They are right now in their 3rd game. So everything goes as planned, and we don't have that much overtime matches, even without a timer. So I think for now we wait until the round is over, and then you will hear from us again.
Yes.
Except we get some interviews, but we will see that. For now, thanks for being here, all of you guys, and be hyped for round 2.
It was a pleasure commentating with you,
Yeah,
Clément.
thanks for me as well, Phil.
And let's see whether we meet here again.
can witness right now the preparation for round 2, and while they are preparing everything, let me first announce that you have the pleasure to witness round 2 with Phil and me again. So we are doing one more round, even with the open mic. I think it will change for round 3. And then the results for the last round. So you saw Dennis winning with Weenies 2-1 against Eric on Rakdos. Then we had Jean-Michel, which we will see now with Gardens. Cycle Storm, Felix with that deck. Got who joined us, Lou Anton, who joined us for a short moment here in the stream. They won with Affinity.
Okay.
All right, guys. I talked a lot, and now Phil reminded me to turn on the microphone, so you heard nothing.
So we're back for round 2, and you have Clemo and me again.
Exactly.
And Clemo, you were just about to tell us what happened at the end of round 1, which we
Exactly.
couldn't see, right?
I wanted to report the results, and I will do this again now while they prepare their match 2. So we see Saint-Michel on Gardens. They had a bye in turn 1, in round 1, and Max on Mono Blue Terror. They won against Cycle Storm in round 1 with 2-1. Other results of round 1 were Silvius had a bye on Dimir Terror, Fairy Terror, and then we saw Dennis winning against Rakdos 2-1. Jonas won with Waltz combo against Tim with Spy combo 2-1. So Tim is out and Jonas is playing on now. Lucas won with Poison Storm against Slivers 2-1. Jannes piloted Slivers is out after this result. Felix with Cycle Storm is out because they lost against Max Mauermann. And then we had Lou Anton, who joined us for a second here in the stream with Grixis Affinity. They won against Pinger Burn 2-1. Leon piloted the Pinger Burn. And the last match we were waiting for was Richard on Core Gates against Moritz on Mono Red Madness, which Moritz won after a very hard fought match, as I was told. Moritz won with 2-1. And now we will see this match, and on the other tables we got Lou with Grixis against Jonas with Walls.
1 second, just we had the feedback from the chat that the noise is the audio is kind of noisy. Is it better now? Is the Wackelkontakt gone and our voices on nice level? Please give us a quick feedback. We will just continue for now.
Yeah, alright, exactly. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you the other matchups. So we got Grixis against Walls combo going on now. We got the Mono Blue Terror against Gardens, which we can witness on the stream. We got Poison Storm against White Weenies. I'm a bit afraid that this is the end of White Weenies now. And then we got Mono Red Madness Moritz against Silvius with the Dimir Fairy Terror. And with all this information, we can directly start in the game. What do you think, Phil?
Yes, let's jump in. We have the first turns of... Oh, I'm sorry. Max is not playing Mono Blue Terror apparently, but Dimir Terror. I will change that quickly. But yes, we have the starting turns of this matchup already. Max has milled some cards, I believe. Yes. So they're trying to set up their terrors against the brick wall of Gardens removal and some scary emblems to spiral the game out of control. And we see Max hard casting a snacker, get some aggression going. Already have an soft answer to the Monarch online. And I think it's the kind of matchup, Gardens is the control. They just have to kind of answer all the card advantage and the creatures. And Dimir Terror is the beatdown. They just try to keep it coming with some attacking. Maybe they have access to their own Monarch. So I think, the Dimir Terror is the aggressor, and things like Monarchy can be what we fight about. Okay.
Okay, I will get
Let's
for
ask
some
Felix,
for some technic help while Phil is entertaining you more. Yeah, give us a second to fix the sound
Yes.
issues.
So for now, I think you maybe just tone down the volume a bit, and I try to talk it through the Wackelkontakt. Yes. And I will focus on the game. So Jean-Michel is playing their second draw spell to, shape up their hand, find these cast downs, find the land drops, find maybe an emblem or something to deploy. This snacker for now, I think they might just ignore it. If they kill it early, it will just come back to the battlefield anyways. And Max countering Campfire here. So they want to cut this axis of the Gardens game plan where they can outlive the attacks. And also Max already has Deep Analysis in the graveyard. So that's also a really, really good card for this matchup. Okay.
But Phil, help me here for a second. You are definitely the Dimir expert of us both, but you mentioned also that the monarchy. Are we sure that there is monarchy in the main decks? Is this common for Gardens or Terror to do that? If yes, who does it?
Yes.
You are way more familiar than I am with these lists.
So I'm a bit lucky because I saw Jean-Michel on the streaming of the last Lega.
Alright.
And I think for Garden it's also usual to play, I don't know, between 2 Thorn of the Black Rose and 2 Avenging Hunters to get different emblems online. And for Dimir it's a bit tricky. I think if you play like the current stock Dimir Terror, then I think you don't have... maybe you have Monarch, but usually you don't. So the Dimir way of contesting the emblem is to use Sneaky Snackers and other attackers to get it. So 1 second, we get an update on the audio. Okay, so we will be off of commentating for a moment, and then we leave you with just the gameplay for now.
Alright, now we can pray all together that the good old plug out, plug in solves the sound problems. We will continue to speak. Please tell us if the sound is better or not, and what are we witnessing in the match? We lost a bit of track due to the sound issues.
But something big happened here. I think
yeah, a big snake happened, right?
big snake happened, and there was a Gurmak angler as well that was answered. But Max hard casting Lorien here is really a sign of strength. If you're in the position to do that, I think they even have don't they have a snacker in the grave that would come back?
It's looking like a snacker.
Könnt,
Um, then also quite luxury situation for Max. Hard casting Lorien revealed is often necessary in blue matchups where you have to be afraid of counter spells. Now you have a control matchup where your opponent hasn't any counter spells, so you just can slam it without fearing any counter battles on the stack. You just take your 5 mana because you think you are ahead on board and you draw 3 cards.
And huge here, Jean-Michel has Nihil Spellbomb and has also a Defile for the Snacker. So they have now the potential to get rid of these Snackers for good. And Jean-Michel uses their whole turn to answer the whole board and will now, with Max being tapped out, also crack the Spellbomb to get rid of these Snackers for good.
Yes, that's yeah. And Jean-Michel still got their handful of resources, so we have an even match right now again. Help me, I always wonder how the ruling with
there's another Lorien. So usually,
but the snackers are gone, so no snackers returning on this Lorien. But help me with the missing snacker. I think it's too late now to reconstruct the snacker where we supposed it should have come back. Can you miss a snacker trigger? I think so, right? Because you are responsible to do. I mean, wrong life is something where you have to get into the match from outside and correct it. I think a missed snacker is something.
I'm not sure, but for
Alright.
now, I think I want to focus on what's going on.
Yeah.
So Max playing the second Lorien, but afterwards not deploying a creature. And this is the dangerous territory, because Jean-Michel untaps,
And
plays a
uses
Hunter.
uses the window for the initiative.
So for now, they have initiative going on an empty board, which is huge. And if their hand is good enough, they have to convert all the removal spells on the creatures through, of course, the interaction that Max could have. But this is now a Gardens play that can be really, really good.
Yeah. So we are sorry to hear that the sound isn't good yet. We are still trying in the background, but we are thankful for the comment in the Twitch chat, which says yes, it's missed. I don't know who you are, but I will trust you without any doubt. So the ferry is missed, and that's on Max now.
Yes.
That this
And I think when we saw on screen that Max was reminded, it looked like he shrugged his shoulders. So he was like, "Yeah, I missed it. It's all good. It's gone."
All right. And that's sportsmanship. So
It's always good when you can settle it on the table.
yeah.
So the hunter is being removed, but still the emblem is sticking,
Yeah.
and we have the third Lorien revealed. It's
I mean, for three Lorians who will definitely can stand the ground against initiative for now.
yes.
Just resource-wise, still it's very dangerous territory. Just having this initiative unanswered. I think in this matchup the initiative is a bit less dangerous than a monarchy unanswered, because then Jean-Mi would get way more removal resources to keep it. The initiative doesn't solve the problem for Jean-Mi that Max could play some creatures, and there could be the point where they gain initiative and maybe a monarchy if there comes a monarchy.
Yeah. I think I agree. The 5 cards you draw are a bit more relevant than the 5 values instance that you get here. But Jean-Michel's scrying is kind of probably close to drawing at least 1 or 2 cards.
Yeah.
And importantly, like Max played 3 Lorien reveals, but couldn't follow it up with more creatures. So they're still busy digging. Also, I think they're busy setting up the graveyard again after the spell bomb. And what it all comes down here is whether they can find new creatures.
Oh, and there comes the monarchy. No, it gets countered. Very important for Max to counter that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would be in real trouble right now. I have the problem again of not seeing that well what they got in their hands. I would be really interested how stuck on removal and maybe counter magic they are right now, because I can imagine both of them are stacking them in their hand.
Yeah, and we see, I think before draw step even, I'm not 100%, Thought Scour, and there's at least a Snacker. And Snacker is a really valuable creature in this matchup, because if you have the right follow-up, it's kind of immune to cast down. And yeah, Abandon Attachment resolving with the value of discarding Sneaky Snacker, getting it back in play. So one of the big value and tempo lines of the Dimir deck, followed up by a Terror. So this is now the setup for a comeback.
Yes, definitely.
Now Max is fighting. Like before, he was digging, and this is now these 2 creatures are gonna be heavily contested from both ends, and I'm looking forward.
And what do you think about the opinion in the chat that even with Monarchy you won't recover from 3 resolved Lorien reveals? Okay.
I think there is a claim that 9 cards drawn is a huge upside, but it's not like Gardens can't overcome this. And in the meantime, while Clemens is looking for the cable, I'm happy to introduce Max to not the playing Max, but the Max M to the stream. Welcome, Max.
The other Max. Hi, hello Phil.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine actually, because I'm not playing today, because I'm already got my slot in the top 8 by points, and I just do the organizing stuff today, and I'm happy to be here and slot in for Clemo while he is desperately searching for another cable, because we think that this should fix the sound problems, but we are not sure, so stay tuned for that. And now what am I looking at here, Phil?
So we have Gardens versus Dimir Terror, and we had Gardens answer the whole board and then stick a Hunter. So the initiative is on, you see it's on the 3rd level for Gardens.
Yeah,
and they tried to follow it up with a Monarch, but at least that got countered. And Max played 3 Lorien revealed, and so to dig, and last turn they finally got to play some creatures.
Oh, okay. So and right now, can the Snaker attack already?
It can attack,
it
it
can
will attack, and let's see what Jean-Michel does about a flying unblocked attacker. They defile. They attempt to defile. And I assume Max has something here, no? No. Okay.
They do not. Oh, okay.
The Snacker goes, the Terror eats the plant, and then, yeah, Max is free to get the Snacker back in play and try again next turn.
Try again. And hope for Jean-Michel not to have another snuff out in hand. How many snuff outs did we see this match? Already 1?
At least 1, yes.
1.
And also interestingly, Jean-Michel didn't block with the troll on Terror, so they want to keep this. This troll is not to trade. This troll has a different purpose, and there's another upgrade on the Technic.
And another cast on. God damn it. Okay.
Okay. We are back, and please leave another feedback in the chat whether the noise is correct now again.
Test, test, test. Also on the second microphone. All right, perfect. So it was the USB cable connecting the laptop to the input where the microphones go.
And it's better. Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you for sticking with us, and also thank you for consistently hinting at us. Appreciate it a lot, and we hope now you can enjoy the audio quality better as well. Okay, we switch back chairs. Clemo is back in the booth, and we see the scoop. So
Oh man, missed everything.
So I've heard that at least Aaron, it's Aaron actually.
I saw it.
they-
Half an eye.
They commented that actually, Gardens recovered financially. So it looks like the 3 Lorients were overtaken by the sheer card draw of the Gardens deck themselves.
But like the last thing I got and we talked about was the initiative taking the scry tree, the scry path. This is very good because then, like you hinted, you have card selection. You can.
Oh no.
No,
Okay.
but it was only this. Like the last thing I witnessed was the initiative thing before I went for the cable search, and I think you already mentioned it. It was a quite good decision to go to this cry line because there wasn't even a creature to pump, I think, or maybe a plant token, but it's not about 2 1/1 counters in its match. It's about the right cards at the right time and having the option to look for maybe hard removal pieces to keep initiative and maybe the monarchy is definitely the right choice, especially afterwards taking then the draw step with the initiative. And it seems like it was enough. Or am I wrong? Who won? Gardens won, right?
Yeah.
All right. Then we will change that in the stream overlay. And I'm a bit surprised how fast this went. Actually, I was suspecting a way harder grind fest of resources and everything. And now we just have a quite fast game 1, and let's see what they get up with for game 2, right?
So I think what happened in game 1 is that when Max played the first Lorien, they had a board, and that's a Lorien of strength. And the second 2 Loriens, they were on empty board, and those were the Diggin Loriens. And I agree, the game could have gone longer if Max would have been able to keep the chain of presenting new threats. And we didn't see the ending, but I bet that they scooped on I can't really present any meaningful creatures right now. And then you have to concede to the sheer value of Gardens. And also what is nice about the right side of the initiative, like the control side of the initiative, is also the skeleton actually. The 4/1 menace, when it comes to the emblems, is quite a good creature as well.
And I think this is something you can't point out enough. In this matchup especially, it's both decks have more like removal and control pieces than the other one has threats. I mean, the snackers maybe make a difference there because they are recurring. But like all the big threats you get are directly answered from your opponent, be it with a counterspell or with hard removal. So we definitely won't see full boards here, and this fact just makes it so much important who has the initiative, who has the monarchy, because this is ongoing value, and you really have to fight to get this because it's hard to get these initiative and monarchy tokens on the board, I think, regarding how heavily removal and counterspell loaded both decks are.
Yeah, and some things can change depending on the Dimir sideboards. So it's not stock right now to play your own Thorn in the sideboard, but you could. But it's actually a 50-50 whether you run Mystics, for example. Of course, Mystic is like a prime target for cast down as well, but Mystic is a card for UB that if they shape their game around it and they can stick it, it's also like a win condition. Whereas otherwise, their win condition is just to push and maybe steal the emblems if Gardens plays them. And I would assume that Jean-Michel keeps in the emblems in this match.
Yeah, definitely. That's the winning angle. I think so as well. Like I said, I don't know really. I don't know the both lists or stock lists really well. I could expect Gardens bringing in some more Grave Hate if they got some. I don't know. Are they playing Nihil Spell Bombs in the main deck?
Yeah.
All right. So, and also Bazooka Bog is, I could imagine, also in the main board. So, do they have some Grave Hate in the sideboard, which they can even board in?
Could be. And looking at the game right now, Dimir had the best turn 2 possible, and that's Abandon into Snacker. And at the same time, they Lorient turn 1, I think for an island, so that could mean that they're a bit low on cards, but maybe this Abandon has already solved that issue. And Jean-Michel has just the draw engine setup of Eco Wellspring. So let's see. It's very important that Max makes a land drop here. That's more important than anything, basically. And they do, but it's not black yet. So I think they didn't fetch for Dimir. They fetched for an island. So Max is still busy with their basic setup because without black, you will get into trouble at some point.
But what do you think? Why didn't they take the dual land, the tapped one? I mean, sure, you said it's the best turn 2 they can imaginably have with directly hitting the snacker plus card value. But I could imagine in this match, it's not that important to be a tempo deck connecting your snacker on turn 2 to the board and taking the price that you don't have black for that instead of taking the black mana with your Lorien, taking one turn back, not doing this valuable turn 2, but making sure to hit your black mana.
I will answer in a second. So importantly, there is Thought Scour on to clean up the brainstorm. So Max digging for now, probably thinking about whether to mental note again on Jean-Michel's end step. But the thing really is that Dimir is the tempo here. So even if you don't have Abandon, you just play a snacker on turn 2 hardcast and just start swinging.
And very interesting regarding the black mana. Okay, now he has a bog. He put the duel with his brainstorm on top and then in the yard. So he actively put away one black mana source.
So apparently Max is not reliant on Snuff Out too much in this matchup, which makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
So Bog as a black source is fine. And the big question is, Max had 3 mana. So if they had a Terror, I think they would have played it here. So to me, it kind of tells that they don't. And keeping blue up against all the emblems is also key. So you want early pressure and then just defend basically the board state. So I see Cast Down and Lorien in Max hand. Okay, so they got everything they need to keep playing.
Is there a hard counter? Because I mean, you mentioned it right now. It's only a 2/1 flyer, but it's some pressure. So on the actual board state right now, Max is on front, even if it's only 2 damage. And now he definitely has to just try to counter any initiative or monarchy enablers, right?
For sure. Like
Even if with the flyer, but Jean-Mi wouldn't play these without removing the flyer or having an answer for it.
Yeah, you have to protect the grave if possible. Like against Bojuka Bog, you can't do anything. But for example, you wouldn't think of it naturally sometimes, but against Gardens, you bought in all the annuls you have as well. Because of this, Spellbomb on the stack, and now it's if Max has counterspell, he has to counter. Or
But
pretty close to has
doesn't
to
do it.
counter. So that's
Was there the
mean-
discard to hand size?
okay. So there's
Whoa.
Abandon on Mental Note just to set up the grave and dig more. Yeah, I was also wondering, like Eviscerator's Insight being discarded kind of means Jean-Michel missed the land drop.
Yeah. And this seems like desperation, right? He plays a tapped land, then he digs with Lembas, and then he has nothing to do but playing the Spellbomb because he already has too many cards in hand. Yeah, okay, there is the land drop, but this definitely puts him behind, having missed one turn land drop.
But the issue is that on a turn 5 from UB Terror, you want like 2 terrors in play here. Or at least like a terror and 2 snackers. This is like from the game progression is kind of what you need to push good. And as long as Max is not doing that, it's kind of fine for Jean-Michel to waste some time. I mean, the snacker could attack 5 more times and it wouldn't kill. So I think this is a decent position for Jean-Michel. Now especially they got 4 mana up, so that means they can Eviscerators on end step. They have the Spellbomb up, so with what Max is
What
presenting...
removal spell is this for 1 black?
This is Defile.
Oh yeah, it's Defile. Alright. Yeah, okay, that's very comfortable because now he still has Cast Down or a draw spell up, plus the Spellbomb draw,
Yeah.
plus he answers the flyer, which he can then Spellbomb exile if there should be some draw 2 or draw freeze from Max.
Yeah, exactly. Importantly, like you don't just crack and then run into Brainstorm. You wait until the snacker triggers itself. Then you get rid of the whole grave. So
yeah.
it looked like Jean-Michel was surely digging for land drops, but Max has to now really come back with tempo, because otherwise I think Gardens is gonna roll away with the game.
Yeah. And also like cycling is suffocating fumes, where I'm not sure if this is right to keep this in. But maybe he doesn't have enough other sideboard options. But cycling that also shows, okay, he is looking for an option to keep or protect the snacker.
Oh, and he's going for Lorien again.
Yeah,
So
no. Yeah, okay.
But
So yeah, he draws. That's for sure. But now Jean-Michel definitely should crack their
yeah, so Spellbomb is cracked.
Spellbomb.
And I mean, on the other hand, at least you get rid of the Spellbomb. It sounds marginal, but it's more than nothing. And you make a land drop, and no terror here. So
exactly, no terror, and you also have to start again refilling. To the third time, you start to fill your graveyard.
okay, there's Spell Pierce on the draw spell, but also importantly, Jean-Michel can now untap and slam a emblem.
Oh yeah,
That's the biggest downside of the Lorien line.
Yeah.
And Max probably had to do it. I mean, you could try to wait until you have 7 mana and etc.
Yeah.
But I think they felt the need to go for it here. And is it going to be punished?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, it's
There
going
you
to be
go.
punished.
And on top it's the land drop. I think
Oh yeah.
in this situation the initiative is even more comfortable for Jean-Michel than the monarchy would have been, because you get the land drop, you get a bigger creature, and he already had their hand. They already got their hand full of resources, so scrying what you want next and having getting the skeleton, even getting this very huge creature in the future is totally fine while you have your hand full of action, I think.
Okay, importantly here, Brainstorm though, and it finds Deep Analysis, Mental Note. Okay, so Max can keep going. Now Max has 5 open mana with Brainstorm Mental Note lines. But also the thing is, Max already used their Bojuka Bog, and I think they only have 1 in the deck. And probably they didn't bring in spell bombs. They could, but I'm not sure whether you do it here. And Jean-Michel has 2 eviscerators in the grave, so as long as they make land drops and Max doesn't have the huge pressure, Jean-Michel has now the initiative going and the eviscerators as a backup, and this is like putting ever more pressure on Max to play to the board and develop some tempo.
Yeah, maybe we are witnessing a very fast 2-0 here. I mean, there's a lot of time to make things happen with 20 life, but it's similar to game 1. We have the token enabled, the initiative token. Both are full of resources, and it will be very hard for Max to get this token with Jean-Mi sitting at all these cards, also having the yard with 2 with 2 flashbackable draw spells as well. He really has to. Max really has to fight for their outs.
For sure. Like this is a this is a game to come back now for Max, and again they couldn't find a creature. This is problematic. I mean, you can sculpt some scenarios where next turn they dig for creatures, and brainstorms can hit 3 terrors, no problem. But Jean-Michel in the whole game needed to use 1 removal spell. So if I bet, there is like 2 or 3 in hand.
And I mean, now the land drops are flowing. Jean-Michel 6 cards in hand. But let me ask you a general question, because we had these okay, there are 2 flashback spells now in the yard. There are many decks in the meta game right now which are playing that, and maybe 1 or 2 blood fountains. What do you think? Should you board Gravehate against all these decks? I mean, it's the same with Jund, it's Gardens. Are these decks, or even against Rakdos, which we saw in match 1, where you have Snacker plus looting, or Madness, which has looting and lava darts. There are many decks going around in the meta where I personally think that it's very hard to evaluate, do I want Gravehate or not? Is it worth to bring that in or not?
So 1 second first, we have now Gurmek and Terror hitting the battlefield with Deep Analysis probably still remaining in the graveyard. So this is the kind of turn that Max needs, play 2 creatures, and then if you want to, pay 2 mana to draw even more. But maybe now they have enough dispels and counter spells to secure this board, and this is what it comes down to, I think. So here's the first cast down. Will Ward be paid? Max
No, it was to the Angler. It was on the Angler,
you're
not
right.
on the Terror.
Yeah. So it's Brainstorm. Max tries to find an answer or just reshape the hand, and it goes.
And interestingly, Jean-Michel took the counters route on his initiative this time.
Yeah. They're going for beatdown also with the troll.
Yeah.
And asking that other question, that's a bit abstract, I think. But
I know, but
no, I try. I think it's always a question whether your game plan can afford it. And if you're the super aggressive deck, which I think you are here in this matchup, you can't afford to downgrade, I don't know, a Ponder to a Spellbomb. But if it's really, really grindy and you are the control, for example, against Rakdos and against Mono Red, I always bought them in because there you kind of have to do it. Here, it's probably is still correct.
My question is more from the perspective of Weenies, and there you are the tempo player and thinking about, do I want to kill the Snackers? Maybe it goes too far to discuss this now.
Let's look here. Yeah. We have Snuff Out on Terror. Ward is being paid, and then Spell Pierce,
which counters it,
protecting it. So we have the Terror that survived. No, whereas we were still on Max's turn. No. Okay.
So now the follow-up Monarchy.
I had hope.
Yeah.
I had hope for this Terror to at least attack.
But now the follow-up Monarchy, right? What I wanted to mention is I find it quite interesting that you are talking about Dimir Terror as the aggressor and tempo deck in this matchup. I
Surely.
would totally agree with you if it would be Mono Blue Terror. Then it's just go to the face, and but the point of being it being Dimir Terror, sure, you have these creatures, you can put them out fast, not as fast as Blue Terror can, and that you are not that fast like Blue Terror is, lets me wonder if it's so clear that you are the aggressor.
I think the question is only, like, if you want to be the control, can you outgrind the other strategy? And clearly
yeah,
you can't.
The answer is no, right?
Yeah, just the fanatical offering draw engine and the emblems. And also you have way better material to be the beatdown with these terrors, so I think this positioning is, I would say that's kind of clear, and I think that's what also both of these players played into. Jean-Michel doing the, I make some land drops, I keep back my removal.
Yeah, and you have 2 less counter spells, right? You can't counter everything which Gardens wants, which Gardens offers you. They, like we see, they got the res, they got their emblems, and okay, and then we got the finish.
Yeah. So, like, notably the rest drew out the counter spell, and then Crypt Rats entered the board, and with Max being on 8 and this troll swinging for 6, actually, kind of Jean-Michel already switched the gears, just slammed some creature and did 20 damage.
And but let me think, or let me tell this last thought. Like, I thought you could try with Terror to step 1 step back and say, okay, I keep my counters open, and I don't go actively in the tempo plan. I do it like while I play more control-y. I filter with card selection in your end step. I always keep up the counter spell. When there comes a snacker, there comes a snacker, but I don't force it like Max did in turn 2. And if this wouldn't give you an upside, but I totally get that everything Gardens does is way too strong to just sit and look with your counter spell. And if you counter the card selection, then you can't counter the monarchy or the initiative, or you can't counter the big troll, or you can't counter a duress, which just takes it out of your hand. So
maybe one last thought on this, because from all the Dimir decks, Dimir Terror is by far the most aggressive. So it actually makes a difference here, because if you played the Dimir Control, where you have the Spellstarter Sprite Sneaky Snacker engine, but no terrors, when you play against a deck that plays Eco Wellspring and Fanatical Offering, you actually start to countering these. And then your game plan is to, I limit you to 2 cards in hand, and I have 1 counter spell in hand, and you are not going to do your thing. But then, but for that you need the shell that is the control shell. And in UB Terror you play like 8 mental note effects, 6 terrors that all don't contribute to the control plan. So I agree that it's kind of possible to contest the value engine, but just with the terror Dimir list, it's the toughest. It's different.
I can imagine that. I'm
Dimir
sure.
Fey, Dimir
I'm sure
Control.
I'm not deep enough into the very fine differences between all these outnumbered Dimir lists, like sand on the beach or stars in the sky. All these variations, I really have my problems differentiating them. I know we had this talk where you said, if there is ninja, it's that. If there is fairies, it's that. I will never get it.
No, awesome. This is like a really good example of what's the difference, actually.
I get it. This is like just you slam the big creatures like you do in the mono blue, but you have you take a bit of your tempo there for the upside of having a bit of black removal spells.
In 1 second, we're so early in the round. Is there the chance to switch up another matchup?
All right. So we were checking the other results, and we were checking if we can have another match into the feature match area now. And the answer is no, because some matches are done or they are in the 3rd round. So we don't have anything to present you now except the results of the other games. And it was Moritz on Radness, winning 2-0 against Dimir Fairy Terror, piloted by Silvius. And what are other results? Are we? Okay, so 2 matches are in the third game, and then we have like Gardens winning 2-0 against Terror, and Monored Madness winning 2-0 against the other Dimir Terror.
And we have the luxury of Jean-Michel entering us in the commentary booth.
Hello, hello.
Jean-Michel, how are you doing?
Good.
How did you like the games and your day so far also, if you want to tell?
Yeah, first, round 1 was very difficult. I got a bye, and so I had to wait. But no, the game against Blue Terror, it went exactly how it's supposed to go for me, for Gardens. Exactly. So it was. I had all the answers. I mean, the deck also has so many answers against Terror or Blue. So any sort of Terror decks, I play main board with 2 Nail Spell Bomb and 2 Bojuka Bog. So already game 1 that was to my advantage there, and also 3 Lightning Blade this time. So I'm trying this strategy, which ended up working in my favor as well. So yeah, looking forward to the next match.
So, like, talk us through the early turns, because from what we saw, Dimir Terror tried to set up any kind of board, and they were kind of struggling on that, I would say. I want to hear also your perspective. And it looked like the first 5, 6, 7 turns, you were setting up the lands, and then just the window opened and you slammed the emblems, right? Or how did it go?
So the first, basically for the first game, or both game were the same in this regard, is I don't really care about the first few turns in a sense. I play to find as many answers as I can. I mean, the whole time I had 7 cards in hand until the round 6 or 7, and then I kept a healthy 6 the whole time. So basically it's playing cards, drawing, making sure that I have the answers to react to their board, and if I see an opening, I can then put the emblem, which is exactly what happened. I was able to get rid of their board, slam the emblem, keep it for as long as I could. That's why I also kept the defile for the snackers, to be sure that I could have an answer to them attacking me. So yeah, so this basically drawing one of my 14th removal and making sure that I keep the emblem.
I mean, playing against Gardens, I think I'm not the only one with the impression of, oh man, they always have it. Is it like that? Do you always have 5 cast downs in hand?
Sincerely, I think kind of do. Like I think most of the time, it's rare that I don't have any answers, or if I don't have the answers right away, I then have other cards that will help me draw those answers. So either I have answers, or I have Reckoner's Bargain, Eviscerates an Insight, or a Fanatical Offering. So it never feels like I don't have an out. It never feels like I will not be able to do it. So it's either I draw a bunch of cards until I find it, or I already have it and I can just wait, do the long game and wait until I see an opening and then can slam everything.
And the sneaky snacker from the UB Terror, is that any scary to you?
It is. It is a card that I think, generally speaking, it's a hard card to play around, because I always have to make sure that I have graveyard removal. I cannot really afford to remove them. First of all, because I'm using my only sort of removal that are going to matter against Terror, for example, because I cannot snuff out or except with a Terror, but I cannot use everything in case they play their big creature, and then this is more or less dangerous. For the snackers, I can always play with Crypt Rats to be sure that I can remove them if necessary. But luckily, because of the main board for Graveyard Hate, and on top of this sideboard at 2 Macabre Fey, that in the end it's not super it's not super dangerous, because like we saw in the first few rounds, 2 life, I'll take it. With Gardens, I really don't mind going low on my life total for the first few rounds and just stabilize at some point and then go. So this is not you kind of need to play around it, but not the end of the world. It's only 2 life in a sense. So
Yeah, and only if there comes a like a really early pressure where you cannot deploy all your angles, then maybe it gets iffy. But if you have enough time to set up spell bomb, crypt rats, emblems, removal, draw spells, what could happen, right?
Exactly. So it's more or less, especially I think with Dimir Terror, the gameplay. You do play snackers, and they do happen very often, but it's not an aggro. It's rare that you get this aggro angle of just slamming bunch of snackers at the same time. So you, in this regard, I think it's also a bit easier against Terror, against Dimir Terror, because I think it's a bit stronger in games with, for example, Mono Red Madness, where they come, but you also have to deal with the life total. So the Dimir Terror snackers, they're more or less slow in a sense, because it's the only thing that you have to react to. There, you don't have to react to all the other things that are happening around it. So.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I only saw it briefly from the other perspective, but also stacker is the only thing you can do, but sometimes it's just not enough. And let's look at the bracket. So you won against Max, and then I see that Dennis won against Lucas, so White Weenies progresses, and Moritz won against Silvius. And the one that's still playing is Lou on Grixis versus Jonas on Walls. So among these decks, like Red Madness, White Weenies, and then between Grixis and Walls combo, which one would be a pick for you for the next round?
I think the easiest to say is the opposite. Which one I don't want to face right now, or I wouldn't want to face, is Radness. Radness has the most, is a bit stronger against Gardens, I believe, except obviously if you draw all the good cards like Weather the Storm and Campfire and so on, that helps. But I think it's the one that has I would struggle the most against it. And Walls combo, they suffer from removal. So if I keep bunch of removal in my opening hand, usually that can go very fast, that they don't get any creature on the board, and then they cannot go do their combo the whole time. And Grixis, I think it's quite the grindy matchup,
for sure.
Which it really just then depends on who gets to draw the best cards. And so yeah, so if I had to choose right now, Walls combo or White Weenie, obviously White Weenie is also one that it's very a good matchup for Gardens, just because you have so much board wipes that White Weenie struggle to keep anything on the board.
Okay, so congrats on winning round 2, and good luck on the next one.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I hope you don't ever make it to the stream, although I also wish for that.
All right, thank you.
See you. And we will be back after a short break with round 3. See you there.
Okay, and we are back to round 3 of our little knockout qualifier. I'm Felix, and I'm here now with...
Max M. Dot.
Is that Moxide Max?
Yeah, that's Moxide Max.
So you did not play today?
No, I did not. Like I said, when I jumped into jump in while Clemo was fixing the cable, I already got my ticket to our top 8 by points, so I do not need to play today. But I only wanted to cast when Moritz F. another red enjoyer like myself plays, and now he's up against Jean-Michel, who actually was my last opponent during the last match day in the Lega, and I lost to him on I think it was Pinger Burn I played, and that's why he now sits there and plays against Moritz.
Yeah, and okay, so like last time you played him, you were on red, so in a very similar position as Moritz was.
And I lost.
But we just heard Jean-Michel here now in the interview, and he was saying like this is probably the worst of the different matchups, like the one he respects the most because it can be so explosive.
Yeah, and I think it's Mono Red Madness has a better matchup against Gardens than Pinger Burn, because Pinger Burn is more linear, more straight, and you just curve and you play your pingers, and if they get removed, and it's not like you can end with 18 damage to face in a single turn like Mono Red Madness can. So I think Moritz here is a bit more favored than I was, but it's still Gardens, and they still can come back from like 1 or 2 life easily if Moritz does not play around the Weather the Storm.
Yeah, and now looking at hands here, what's the kind of the ideal scenario that Moritz wants in hand, like starting? I mean, he's on the play.
I think he rolled a double 2, which means he should be on the play, but I'm not sure.
And Jean-Michel taking a mulligan. Okay. So we have Moritz on 7, Jean-Michel going down in cards, but they are very aware like what the matchup is right now. At this point, we don't have deck lists, but it's basically open what people are playing. So he kind of like, of course he can mulligan if he knows like he has some sort of, I don't know, pre-Weather the Storm sideboard. I don't think there's much you really want, but of course lands and such.
I think the optimal play for Jean-Michel turn 1 here is usually a garden into some kind of untapped land on turn 2 to then be able to play Elembas or
a Campfire.
He plays Campfire main, so this is the optimal play. Actually, now Moritz is in a really tough position because Jean-Michel from now on will gain 2 life every single turn. And let's see if Moritz has to grab the price into Sneaky Snacker here. Oh, it's okay.
It's the budget version.
It's the budget version, but still as good. And now Jean-Michel, I think the best possible play here would be a Defile on the Snacker, or okay, that's also possible.
And now you could Defile, but you wouldn't get the card. So I mean,
but still, I think he nullifies the attack from the Snacker next turn, and I mean what Moritz now wants is to not miss his land drops and to of course swing in and to further push his advantage on board.
Yeah, and on the other side Jean-Michel just wants to have this 1 mana open now and just gain 2. So basically the Snacker is fogged right now because as long as Jean-Michel has that extra mana, but if he really has to remove stuff on the board, that's gonna change.
Yeah. And Moritz is missing his land drops, which isn't optimal. But as of now, and Jean-Michel plays only untapped lands, which is interesting in CSGO. Probably to kill now the Snacker, to exile it after combat when Moritz attempts to robbery. Okay, Moritz attacks, okay. Jean-Michel does not have a removal for the Snacker not yet.
It doesn't really need to do anything at this point. Like depending how much removal he has, he might want to have it for this sort of card.
Probably, yeah.
So
it's still a pain in the ass, the Snacker. So you always want to have the 1 mana open for the Campfire, so it drains your resources in the long run. But it's still not the worst kind of situation for Jean-Michel to be in, because he can slow roll it, because Moritz is still looking for lands, which is quite a big problem right now. Okay.
Now would be a good, yeah. So this is an option for a 2-for-1.
And he does this and draws a card and heals 2. So, ooh.
Yeah, so
Yeah, this is...
first removing his snacker, then activating his spell bomb to exile the graveyard. So they are both gone. So that is 2 recurring threats that are off the board right now.
Yeah, because the other one should be gone as well. The other snaker.
So now we have a second campfire.
A second
Now-
campfire just entered the board.
I mean, it's a play, but I don't think that's necessarily also looking at Jean-Michel's cards. They're not the greatest. He has a Defy here, that's good. But now you're he's trying to set up a Monarch, I think. And if he manages to do that, that's like a very good position. But also if Moritz can sort of stabilize here and, I don't know, put down a Gutter Snipe, I don't think, like there's a Snuff Out, but that's costly.
That's pretty costly. So I think Jean-Michel has only one last card in hand, and he is also missing land drops. And he's not having any 2 cards, I think, or 3.
He has 3 cards in hand.
Ah,
There's
3
a Snuff Out, like the Thorn of the Black Rose, and one that I didn't quite catch.
Okay, we're focusing on the hand. Okay.
Yeah.
So what does Moritz have? So maybe... Nah, I can't see. I can't tell. The problem really here is that Moritz has no card in this deck that is able to get rid of the campfire.
Yes, because
Which
we're
is-
still game 1, right?
So Moritz faces 2 to 4 health every single turn. And now Jean-Michel sees finally his garden.
There it is. The lovely token from our community. Moritz has Gutter Snipe in hand. 2 lootings.
But he's still needing lands to be as explosive as this
Yeah.
deck can be. Maybe plotting the robbery next turn. But every single turn Moritz does nothing, Jean-Michel will get more and more out of range due to the 2 campfires. So it's a hard position to be in as a Red Madness player. Especially after the 2-for-1 blowout for the 2 sneaky snackers you talked about, Felix.
Yeah. I think the reach of the deck still is crazy, right? And like doing something like this is a sort of a setup spell. Like, of course, it kind of, yeah, you're offering to dispute this, but in the end, you're just like paying mana to put a spell into the graveyard so that you can reactivate later when you play your big Gutter Snipe that like turns it into a 3 damage spell.
Okay, and in response, Jean-Michel actually snuffs out the Keswick Flame Breather because he does not want to use a dispute effect here to be able to then gain 4 life back in Moritz end step or before. But
Yeah, essentially with a 2 to campfire up, it's a free spell
Yeah.
right now. You can just pay, or you're paying 2 mana for
You-
Snuff Out in that case, I guess.
basically,
Yeah.
correct. So what are the last 2 cards in Jean-Michel's hand? Sorry.
Since they didn't play the Thorn, there should be a Thorn, and this is sort of, you're slowly looking at that, but I think he still wants to remove that 1 creature at least. So he knows, like, Morris is not playing any haste creatures, so if you just remove everything from board, you know, you're free to drop the Monarch and then from there on, hopefully be able to protect. But being down on, like, 2 cards on, like, the control side is also, that's not a lot.
Yeah.
Like, he would like a dispute or sorts. Like, he might even like to dispute one of his campfires because he would rather have more cards in hand to deal.
Probably. And I was just thinking about, so it's not the worst situation to be in. Of course, there are 2 very menacingly looking campfires on Jean-Michel's board, but Moritz still has a Gutter Snipe, so Moritz has options here. It's not like he is on top deck mode and needs to draw some kind of reach. I can actually play this. Especially, I don't know if Jean-Michel's next best option is to just slam the Monarch. I think no, because gaining 4 life in a matchup like this for kind of free at the end of turn is also not the worst kind of option.
Totally. So what is Moritz going for now? He's plotting a robbery, so
yeah, I
more
think
setups.
he's setting us up. And he leaves 2 open and he says go. So there's
And
1 gutter snipe. Is there a fire blast? Did we catch that?
Not yet, no.
Let's just-
Jimmy taking like the 4 life per turn for the 2 mana.
Of course, sacrificing the Epicure
And puts
saying go
down
again.
the tithing blade.
Yeah, it's not the worst play because it gets rid of the 1 damage threat that is on the board. He still leaves 2 mana open for the campfires. And I think Jean-Michel isn't that bad of a situation right now. But let's see what Morris does here. Does he slam the gutter snipe? He does.
That's a beautiful gutter snipe.
That
Oh.
is a very beautiful gutter snipe. And now he will follow it up.
So casting robbery for free, sacrificing a land.
Drawing 2 and Jean-Michel can still so Jean-Michel waits what Moritz is doing here and when he needs to activate the 2 campfires. And I think he would activate the first, wait for a response from Moritz, and then activate the second to be not everything. How many hand cards are there in Moritz's hand? 3?
Definitely more than Jimmy, so
And there's
he's
also one lava dart in Moritz's grave, so Moritz has the option of 4 cards in Moritz's hand. Okay.
yeah. This is looking really dangerous for Jean-Michel.
Yeah, it does now.
And I think what's really biting him right now is that he also didn't really go up on
Moritz passes.
lands.
He does not he needs to do it staggered. Otherwise, it's way too dangerous to put both of them on the stack and then risks to die. So he gets 2 for the first one. And now Moritz thinks about, is he able to do 17 damage or not, basically.
Yeah, because for him it's also like the free interactive window. Like
Yeah.
Jean-Michel has all shields down, 2 healing on the stack, so you know right now you can, like the gutter snipe stays, you can use your mana and guarantee that something's happening. But also, if you don't kill, you might just want to hold on to stuff.
I think Moritz. Yeah, like there's. Yeah. So there are actually. It's not completely out of the picture for Moritz to end him there. That's why it was important for Jean-Michel to do it like staggeredly. And Moritz actually let the first one resolve, and then he said, "Yeah, okay, let me think for a bit."
Because we have time here, we're playing without a timer today. It's going great so far, wouldn't you say?
I think so. Yeah, we were actually as organizers afraid that the first round would take like 2 hours, and then we would say, okay, maybe let's do a 90-minute timer. But no, actually, it's we're really good on time, and so I think the longest match today took us like 70 minutes, I would say.
And that's like
So
fine.
that's very
Yeah.
fine.
In the grand scheme of things. So Moritz managed to put 2 lava darts in the graveyard. He's also putting down a
Mhm.
looting. So, like, he has a lot of potential damage in play already.
And Jean-Michel is actually tapped out completely.
Yeah. He already spent mana to gain my life.
So Moritz does have 2 darts in grave for a potential of 6 damage, and he puts back 2 lands. Interesting, okay. So
He has... We're talking about maybe a lava dart.
another looting, so Moritz is
not a lava dart.
digging
Yes.
for a fire blast. Oh, and he draws the gutter snipe and the Keswick.
Doesn't
n-
help.
Doesn't have really. He wanted to see a fiery temper here. I think he didn't see a single one in the whole game. I think so, no? But yeah, he discards the second gutter snipe, attacks for.
This is so close. He's 2 damage off. If he has any damage on hand, it's game.
It should be right. So he flashbacks the first one. Okay.
Oh,
and there
there
it
it
is.
That's
there,
game.
there it's the fire blast. Yeah, well, even as the Gardens player, if you play the
The two
campfires
campfires early, yeah.
and really early, I think we saw the first one right at the on the first turn, and the
Yes.
second one followed, I think, turn 3 or so. Or
Yeah,
was it
but it was exactly as you said, like it kind of like
it drains resources.
it drains resources. You have that extra 1 mana, and I think like apart from that, like getting both of these early was maybe not great. Like the first one was perfect, but then the second one you kind of don't want to see. And then he was kind of stuck on lands, not seeing any dispute effects to really get the draw engine going. Like there's like at least probably 2 to 3 Lambers in that deck. So
Yeah.
not seeing that is unfortunate. And yeah, so Snuff-Out's probably going out because like paying 4 life for a free spell is maybe not where you want to be. I think he's taking out the blades, which I can see, sure.
Yeah, like you said, Snuff-Outs are obvious side out, and the blades, and you bring in the Weather the Storms and the Dresses, and maybe he brings in the Fairy Macarbs as well, but I don't think he will. No, he's not.
And he's prepared. He's got his
of
little
course,
guy
of
cheat there.
Moritz is also prepared, but I think for him it's a lot easier to board. I don't know what kind of sideboard he plays because we have no deck lists, so we cannot check.
Yeah.
But usually, if he does the typical split in Red Madness, he has Relics in sideboard. He has 6 Blasts. He has Searing Blazes and. What am I missing? Like, and the festivities.
Yeah, from the
probably.
red perspective, yeah. What's the kind of cards you want to bring in here? Like you have artifact removal, I guess, which would help with the campfire and all the setup stuff.
If he actually plays Cast into the Fire, but I'm not sure because lately or more recently a lot of elves came up online. But I'm not sure how well Moritz prepared for this local meta because we of course knew who is playing and what kind of decks they are playing. Wait. Yeah. So we got the message from outside that it's actually 1-0 for Moritz now.
Yeah, we'll
Thank you,
update
Clemo.
that. That's not an issue.
So as long as Moritz is playing the Cast into the Fires, they will of course move in. But I think I'm not sure if he does that. We will see.
Yeah.
What goes out, Felix, in this kind of? So what does Moritz board out against Gardens? What don't?
Oh, that's a tricky question. I'm not a red player, right? So, but I guess I learned you never want to board out your snackers because you kind of need the discard outlets, even though if you think they might not do as much. But I guess into a removal pile deck, like snackers are particularly great. Other than that, what do you like? I played it once or twice, but not a lot.
I mean, you could make an argument for the Voldaran Epicures. That's a possibility, but still, boarding out the Voldaran Epicures always feels kinda bad while playing Madness because they ping for 1, and they are also a body which needs to be removed at one point, and usually Gardens do not board in board wipes against Madness.
Yeah.
Because Keswick Flame Breather has 3 life, and it's also a lot of resources that Gardens need to put in there for wiping the board basically. I'm not sure. Did Jean-Michel board out the reds? No, I don't think so, because these are a better board wipe.
Yeah,
so
I
to
think
say,
they stayed in.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, so let's see. I think Jean-Michel keeps here. Yeah, it looks like this.
They look happy with their cards. Moritz is considering. So it's match point for Moritz right now. This is a knockout tournament, so this game is basically all they have. Jean-Michel managed to get through the last round on stream, but now it's he needs to win this one or he's out.
And it's basically semifinals, right? So
exactly.
It says round 3, but I was counting it. Moritz disables his dispute here on the next turn, or his draw 2, whatever.
And sets up a nice lava bolt for
And-
whatever pinger he can put into play.
And Jean-Michel answers with, yeah, I tend the garden a bit more and just play another one. Come at me. And my
We
peas.
really want this token in play. It's so nice.
Yeah. Moritz plays quite confident here. He plays fast.
He has a route.
He has a route. And I don't think you want to play Keswick Flame Breather on turn 2 as a Radness player here. It's just an easy target for Jean-Michel's removal for that cast down, because now he can fetch a swamp. And gets probably prepared for either a cast down on whatever Moritz plays next turn, or a dispute on the plant, or he just slams the Lembas now, or weather. So Garden has a lot of options here how to move forward with this game.
Yeah.
So let's see what he
I mean-
does. I think passing here is the best option, right?
You already have to respect this, right? Two mana, maybe going into 3 on Radness side. Lava Dart in the grave plus a plotted robbery. That's already a lot of damage that would be possible.
Mhm. Moritz forces him here to maybe react to anything and just passes. So Moritz is looking for lands, and Moritz does not want to play the robbery right now to possibly play not into Weather the Storm on Jean-Michel's side. But he needs to do something because he's missing lands. So he kept the hand with 2 lands, which is fine, but he wasn't able to find the third one in 3 draws. So just alright, that's a possibility as well. Take 3.
Playing Grab the Prize, discarding Snacker. So he gets to deal 2 damage because he discarded a non-land card. Snacker comes back into play because he has drawn his 3rd card for this turn. So now there's a flyer on board that can attack each turn for 2 in the air. That's putting pressure on Jean-Michel.
It's also a good situation to be in for Radness, because you only played 1 spell during your turn. You didn't find the land. Okay. So you didn't up the Weather Storm, but there's of course still the possibility for Jean-Michel to pulse here for 6 life. Bring back the Troll. How many hand cards does he have? Do you know? Jean-Michel has like 4. Another land. Playing it. But yeah, the problem for Moritz is right now lands.
Yeah.
And not wanting to play into a possible Weather the Storm, but at some point you just have to play into it, probably to grab another land, because you're now
Yeah.
3 land drops behind.
Yeah. This is only working against you, so you have to do something in Moritz's position. Because even with 2 mountains, you can only play 1 Fire Blast.
Yeah,
So
correct. And the 1 Lava Dart, of course, he swings in for 3, which is okay.
So we're back at 19. The Pulse healed a lot earlier.
Yeah. Pulse also is a really good card, especially in the Radness decks, and because you get some form of recursion in Gardens, so you can bring back your Troll, you can bring back your Avenging Hunter, which I think Jean-Michel boarded out. But I think it's quite a good tech for the deck, or something that came up recently.
Yeah, there we go. A Highway Robbery discarding our little Madness spell. Help me out with the name.
The Fiery Temper.
Exactly, thank you. So dealing 3 to face, 4 actually because of the Fire Breather in play, and we're passing, I think.
And Jean-Michel is upping the Weather the Storm count. We're now at 3 storm count, and then let's see if he has the weather here for 12.
And there it is.
Yeah, and going back to 26.
So Moritz fighting against windmills at this point. They just keep swinging back.
And you do, of course, Moritz is stuck on lands, but you do see the difference between the first and this game, because Jean-Michel, of course, is now also having the Weather the Storm option from sideboard, but they're also in a much more stable position than in last game, when he had the 2 campfires. of course, because of the Weather of the Storm and the Pulse, which in total were 18 damage, 18 life.
Yeah, he's
Still.
already healed so much damage, and he now gets to exile Moritz Graveyard, so that Lava Dart is gone. And he puts a Defile on the stack on that Flame Breather, dealing, what is that, -3? I
I think it's -3.
Yeah.
The Bog is not a swamp. Why should it? Why should the Bog be a swamp?
That would be a broken magic card.
It-
That would mean you could fetch it with
fetch-
draw.
Fetch the exile.
Yeah. No, that's fine. We play balanced cards in Pauper, right?
And now Moritz tries to catch up on land count here. I mean, Moritz still has a lot of hand cards. I think 5 cards, because no cards were played during like turns 3 to 5.
Yeah.
Around that.
He kind of has to find a way to keep Jimmy's health like low enough so he gets into some sort of one-turn combo range, but
24
is way off.
is a disgustingly high number for a
Yeah.
red player. How many cards are there in Jean-Michel's hand? 2 to 3. I can't see it. But what do you do at this point as the Guardians player? You just chill,
just
right?
chill,
You
yeah.
just chill. Oh, it's 5 cards in hand.
I mean, you could think about that. I'm not sure if it's a troll or a Defile up front on his hand, but I mean, at this point, 24 life, I think you would be pretty fine to just slam a fatty.
Would you slam the fatty?
Now not anymore. Now not anymore.
Ah,
Yeah, that has to go.
That
So
has to go
and that was a
immediately.
Defile, not a troll.
So does Moritz have any more follow-up damage? It's
So
bold for
bold.
5. Do you see another weather in Jomi's hand? I do not. No, there it's still there. It's just an old board at 1, and he goes out of range. Yep.
That's unfortunate. So that's 2 weathers gone. There's 2 more in deck probably.
And 4 more now. 5 more cards. Now you could probably think about slamming. Yeah, and he does exactly that. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Show me what you got. He says to Moritz. And
So Moritz is on like a 4-turn clock now.
yeah.
Like he's being beat for 6 each turn, and he has that much time. And I don't know, you would probably in this position, if you would try to stabilize the board. I guess in a usual tournament you would probably scoop in this point and just go next. Or how much potential is there?
Never give up. I don't know. I think if I were in Moritz's position, I would, at this point, because I'm that far behind, I would probably attempt to get rid of the troll, or leave the snack. Do not leave the snack. But what does he do? Okay.
So he is 1 off from blocking. If he wanted to do that. But I don't know.
No, I don't think. I think because at this point you face losing by board. I think you try to get rid of the troll at some point.
Yeah.
Even if it means that he or that Zhongmi could play another troll, of course, and then like 2 damage spells of yours would have gone to waste.
Moritz noted down that the Borg went back into hand with the Golgari Rot Farm, so he knows there's a graveyard hate in his future.
And Jean-Michel again drawing more cards, upping the storm count.
Not even needing any health from that. He's
He's
just
just
using a
chilling.
treasure,
Yeah.
gains no health, but hey, I'll hit you if you're 6.
Yeah. So if Moritz wants to come back this game and just have insanely good cards now, he needs to get rid of the troll, because otherwise in 3 more turns he's done for.
Now, what are we thinking about? Probably also like how much you can still do with that game. So he definitely doesn't want to block.
No.
And he has it, like he's not gonna die next turn, probably, if there isn't like a
Nah, he's not.
Crypt Rats plus,
Crypt Rats
but it's not enough black mana on board, I
No.
think.
Can Crypt Rats for possibly 5 at this point if he has another. Oh no, wait, actually that's a rod farm.
For
So he could crypt reds for
for maybe 5.
maybe 5.
Yeah.
If another black source.
Yeah, if he has another untapped
he has,
swamp.
yeah.
He has the Bajuka Bog. But Moritz has nothing left in graveyard right now that's relevant for that. He's really thinking this through because this is sort of... I mean, I play combo most of the time, so this is the sort of game state I'm very familiar with. Where you're like, okay, I'm gonna die very soon. Can I still do anything? When do I do anything? How many turns do I have?
Now, how dire would you describe Moritz's situation right now?
Oh, it's pretty bad.
It's pretty
like,
bad, right?
Dire enough to just pass the robbery without anything.
Yeah.
He's digging. And what does he find?
It's like missing the bus that has to get you to that really important train, and you're just like, okay, I guess I'm gonna sprint now, like for 20 minutes because I need to get this, and next bus not gonna take me. That's the sort of state he's in right now, probably.
Yeah, probably. And they also, I mean, not scooping here is also a choice to drain your opponent mentally. And Jomi says, "Lol, I'm gonna force you now." And
Yeah.
it's I
Second
think
control. What are you gonna do? No graveyard. What are you gonna do?
But Jean-Michel has no green up here. I think. Was this on purpose? I don't.
I think he feels very confident.
He feels very confident, but
You're not gonna do 23 now with 4 mana in play. And he's probably right. I think the best you could do is like Gutter Snipe, Lightning Bolt, double Fire Blast, +3 beforehand.
That's
So he goes
5, 11, 17, go to 19. No, it's not.
he needs 22.
Yeah, he needs 22 after combat if Jean-Mi
If he doesn't block.
if he
Well, I
doesn't
guess,
block,
yeah.
and he's thinking about, okay, if I block now, Moritz is able to lava dart and bolt one of the trolls, prolonging the game for one more round. I think it was a mistake from Jean-Michel not to leave green open here, because double black signalizes to Moritz, I do not have weather, or I don't care about the weather. What did Moritz do? He lava sack the blood and lava dart. Okay.
Yeah, but it's a really tough spot. In this position, we're sort of, I mean, we're playing without a timer, so they have all the time they want. It's really tough for him to make any sort of comeback from this position.
Yeah,
Because
it's really tough.
red just doesn't have the... Usually you need at least 2 cards to deal with a 5 toughness creature, and Jean-Michel has like 2 on board. So it's right now just like thinking through whether there is anything you can do, because you have the time.
But Moritz also knows he does not need to be afraid. He can just free play because weather is not an option. Or is it a forest? Nah, it's 2 swamps. Fuck these black cards. Really.
that would be really.
But no,
well,
it's-
no,
it's-
it's
it's
definitely
too-
2 swamps. Yes.
Because
Play any like actual forests.
No, that's a good comment from the side. Gardens does not play forest usually. Maybe at most like a haunting mire or so, which is like a forest swamp dual land. But because of Defile, which scales with swamps.
but look at Moritz's hand here: Fire Blast, Gutter Snipe, Fiery Temper. So he plays the Gutter Snipe, and here is at least a Bolt and a Fire
Oh.
Blast in hand. Look, Fire Blast, Bolt, looting.
Okay, I
ooh.
think we counted differently because we were still in Jimmy's turn.
Yeah, we
apparently.
were in Jin Jean-Mi's turn still. He's looting now. Okay, drawing 2.
Looking for Fire Blast, probably. I think he has 1.
He has 1 fire and the Fire Temper, which will now go to the Morris is counting now. So can he do 21 with the Lava Dart? Is 3, is 9. Might be close here.
I really think he can't. Like each fire blast is 6 damage. The bolt is 5, and the lava dart can be 6, but he doesn't have the lands to sack. He needs one more turn of setup, I think, and to survive until then.
And he decides to get rid. And gets rid. And deals 4 to face. Do not forget. 1, 2, 3, 4. He bargains the troll. That's a possibility, of course.
Yeah, okay. That's
True. What can you do with 2 black mana? Of course, you can bargain the troll and gain 6. Yeah, you don't need to leave green open if you can just do that. Maybe it was planned from Jean-Michel from the beginning to bait Moritz into a position that he can free play and does not need to be afraid of weather when he in fact can just.
Yeah.
Winner of Germany's biggest pauper tournament.
Yeah, he
There's no
is.
that isn't calculated.
Yeah.
None.
He is our common island champion from the end of last year, which at that point was the biggest pauper tournament in Germany. Still
Another
is.
tournament tied.
Damn. Okay.
They tied, really, okay.
Yeah, 21 people each
Okay.
tournament.
So we're down to 2 life. There is another turn. Does he get to keep the gutter snipe? I think this is the big question. If he gets to keep the gutter snipe, there's a chance.
But Jean-Michel now has.
Oh.
And he checks and has like Lembas open.
I mean, if you have a fire blast in hand, you probably have to use it, right?
Probably, yeah.
Which is okay.
Poof. Not the worst. It's 6, 11, 17 damage in hand. Plus 3 from. No, he flashbacked the lava dart last turn, right? Yeah, he did.
But that's interesting. Why did he choose to reveal the fire blast? Because if he played it, I guess he would have gotten rid of the bolt definitely. But now he's probably just gonna take the blast, right?
I think so.
If he had used the blast, he would have been only on 2 lands for his turn, with no chance to just have the mana for enough damage. Maybe that was a lot of logic. To chain a draw spell into 2 more fire blasts, maybe in his turn.
Yeah.
Okay, fire blast is gone. So you have lava dart bolt. That
Just still enough to kill the troll.
which is
Oh, in the campfire.
but
yeah,
it's
why
like
not?
you still you have 3 spell casts for that, right? So you even have to flash it back to kill the troll.
I think what made the difference in this game probably were lands and land drops.
Yeah, as the chat pointed out, it's the mismatched basics that he uses here to confuse his opponent.
Probably.
That probably made a big difference. But
Yeah.
maybe like this game, it seems like they like confused him. But of course, like Moritz has way less mana to work with than Jean-Michel. That's right. That makes a big difference for this game.
Yeah. Because imagine Moritz had matched Jean-Michel's land drops. I think it would have been a very different game because Moritz had all the burn in hand. I don't know from which point onwards, but being stuck on 2 lands for 2 turns in a row
Yeah.
kind of sealed the deal and gave Jean-Michel the much needed option to really build up a board and draw cards and pulse.
Down to 20 again.
I think at this point now it's really dire for Moritz. He says go.
I think he's saving his burn now to kill the troll on attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will probably have to use the burn on the troll, yes.
Also before Jean-Michel untaps, so he's not able to recognize bargain again.
Yeah.
And this is not something you want to do or you want to see as a red player.
Yeah, but he has the benefit of still doing 2 to face for each of
Yeah.
them. Like having the gutter snipe in play the whole time here is still sort of suggesting there is a small chance. Like this would be the comeback of the tournament probably.
It would be. But Jean-Michel here, digs for.
Do we know the last card in Moritz's hand?
Do we know the last card in Moritz's hand?
I do not, so we would have to use outside sources.
I don't know how if chat actually can hear Tim, who is sitting on my left here.
No,
I
definitely not.
I don't think so. As long as your mouth isn't like touching the microphone, chat
Yeah.
cannot hear you. But Tim is talking to us a bit and
Helping out with the commentary.
helping out
Pointing
with the
out the things
commentary.
we are missing. Yeah.
Yeah. So the
Oh.
Tim is actually teleprompting.
Ouch. Yeah.
And
Okay. Troll on top.
Tim gets back the troll, or not yet
Jean-Michel
getting
gets it back.
Yeah, meine ich ja. Sorry.
And there's the
And
hard
hard
cast.
cast,
Very
which is a
macabre.
good blocker.
Also good attacker for some of life.
So
Oh yeah, it's threatening lethal, which is pretty funny way to use that card. But yeah, Moritz has no way to gain life. He's on 2, so like a breeze can take him out.
Jean-Michel is still the option of gaining 5 whenever you decide to. Okay, now it's only 3 more. And possibly again, I don't know. Reckoner's Bargain, the Fae for 4. That's not
We're looting away another mountain to get any sort of damage, maybe. He has to hold back the snacker, and then even though if Jean-Michel has any sort of removal, he's
then
just
it's gone,
dead.
Yeah. So getting rid of the Fae now, or keeping up the option to remove it during Jean-Michel's turn is mandatory here. Oh, and he again finds a very good card.
That's good, but he's going down another... No.
And now Moritz thinks about if he wants to shoot face or not. He draws first because highway robbery resolves first, and then he decides if he wants to use the temper or not. No, he didn't find enough burn face. That's why he removes the Fae. Yep. Jean-Michel goes to 10. He goes to... Oh, what did Moritz draw then? Not enough, I guess.
But really well executed.
Yeah.
And also, like, keeping
The
them,
most
I think...
lucky top deck also.
Yeah, sure, but also, like, he knows his stuff. Like, he has that... Okay, I was gonna say he has that mountain in hand. He keeps it. He doesn't keep it.
Oof,
He
and
puts it on
it's-
board.
And it is still...
It's a lot out.
Okay.
Like 10 turns ago that this was winnable for Madness.
So the thing is, any Crypt Rat is lethal. Any... I don't know. He probably doesn't have fumes or anything of the sort. I think he didn't board in any sweepers,
No,
like
no, he
the
did not.
Dronosaurus stayed in the side. So yeah, this is sort of
I think
looking rough for Jean-Michel.
The gutter snipe also so the second one carried a lot of this game. I don't know how much damage he did, but I think it's a lot, and Jean-Michel wasn't able to remove it in time, and he's just says go. So now this is getting really interesting.
So Jean-Michel is at 6, but he can gain 3 from the camp. Is it 3 or 2 from a campfire? 2, right?
It's 2
2
campfires.
campfire, 3 from them. So it's
lambas.
5 more. So he's technically at 11.
Mhm.
There's
And now it's a stack game because Moritz is well aware of the options of that Jean-Michel has in his hand. And Moritz discards the mountain and draws. Jean-Michel does not want to react to that. I mean, he could probably just crack his Lambas in response to the blood effect. Because Moritz has no hands or has no cards in hand during that, and Jean-Michel could have gained the life there to get out of reach, because now Jean-Michel cannot really he can, I guess.
interact instant speed, like
Interact instant speed, yeah.
like with the life gain.
With
Yes.
the life gain. Or with like a weather, or with
Yeah.
pulses already gone. So they crack, Moritz allows it, and they crack,
Cricket
Moritz allows
also.
it.
Okay.
And
So
Moritz also decided not to attack. Well, of course, because he wants to block the troll. But if Jean-Michel now finds a true removal, I don't think Jean-Michel has any removal in hand, because otherwise he would have just killed the gutter snipe at any point now.
yeah. Okay, what is that card? Like any card drawn here is super important.
Yeah. And
Campfire
Moritz,
should be untapped probably. I don't know if they will notice.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. And yeah, putting the 3 blockers in front, the Troll of Khazad-dûm has like super menace, can only be blocked by 3 or more creatures. So
It's also crazy that Jean-Michel did not find any form of removal here, right?
it's pretty.
What
Double.
the fuck?
Okay. Wait. So that means upkeep is
Yes, but why not do it before attackers for trample? No, it doesn't give trample before, it just gives counter.
no. Yeah.
Just counters the
No.
forge.
But that means like next turn is upkeep, lose 5 life,
Yeah,
and that is
so
lethal. So
he
Moritz knows.
Puts Moritz into Moritz is
like
rubbing his
now,
hands.
now, okay.
Moritz needs
But
to
also-
have Fire Blast Lightning Bolt here.
Yeah.
Or Lava Light.
There's 1 mana open, so we're virtually at 13 on
13.
Jean-Michel's side.
Which is, I think, not possible for Moritz. Of course it is if he draws a...
I mean, no, he
and-
packs it up. Yeah.
does not want to prolong this any further. But Moritz stayed his ground for actually far longer than we would have anticipated, even though Jean-Michel,
Whiffed really hard on removal there.
whiffed really hard on removal, but apart from that, had a quite okayish Gardens game.
Yeah.
Of course, he could have find also a Rats at any point.
Yeah, Reds would have been game at that point, but yeah, what you really see here now, like the first game, very much in favor of for Moritz. The second one, as soon as the Weather the Storms come in, it's like a whole different game, and Moritz just has to win one of these 2. The first one he lost, and now it's match point. So either player who wins goes to our finals, because this is the semi-finals of the qualifier of the Lega Pauper Lipsia. I don't know if this even was mentioned here today. So we've played, Max, how long have we been playing? Like since
June. In June, our first match day took place. And since then, we are playing once a month. Yeah. And each and every month, and on average, I think during the winter months, it was... a bit larger, so we actually had our 64 player cap reached, I think.
oh yeah, it's a full house.
Twice or so, and I think the other match days after like September, so the summer was finished. The match days had, I think, the minimum of 55 players, so it's really large, and it also grabs attention from not overseas and also not internationally, but from
I mean,
from the region
it's-
that is not only Leipzig. But
I
also
think
from
the
Eastern
gist
Germany.
is it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's doing really well.
We're kind of proud of it. It's
Yeah.
it's going like, I don't know. I mean, if you're watching this on the Twitch channel, there's still probably the VOD from like the old finale on here somewhere,
Last
like
year.
from like last February, which was our first season. This is our second season now. We had like over 100 different participants. We had like an average of like 40 to 50 players each round, and it's just like the whole thing just blew up. And these players here are here because they didn't quite get into the top 7, because those are set for a top 8, which is happening like in 2 weeks. But these have at some point qualified through making top 8 at one of our tournaments, and that qualifies them for this crazy little thing, this knockout tournament where you go through 4 to 5 rounds, and it's basically, either of these players has to win or they're out.
Yeah, but it's a single elimination tournament. And what is interesting is usually during our other match days, there are like promos to pick. There we do have a sponsor to grab some cool stuff, and there are also prizes to win. And today there's nothing. There's just, you come here and you can drop out by the first round, and if you win it all, then only you get like the 8th spot in our top 8 in like 2 weeks happening. So it's not a lot on the table, but still a lot on the table.
Yeah, these are the players that really want it.
Yeah.
That really want that spot into the top 8.
News from Table 2, I just checked in. You might think we'd have a long game on our hands running here, but Table 2 currently is still in Game 2 with Weenies versus Affinity, currently being at 1-0 for Affinity.
How many lands does Affinity have? Did you check?
No, but Weenies had 4.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, maybe Game 1 was a bit long.
All right. But yeah, so we'll see
Anyway,
what
back to the match.
Thank you very much for the input, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
And here we have a pinger in play, a garden with a like a little plant token, and
And Moritz forces Jean-Michel to have some kind of removal for the Classic Flame Breather.
First time Moritz actually ensures his 3 land drops.
Yes.
land drop
Look
number
at this.
3.
Also, they all match. And he plays another one.
I don't care if you have targeted removal. I just have another one. Also, maybe I have a lava dart to remove something in response.
I'll effing do it again. Okay, so what does Jean-Michel here? He cycles a troll. So, this is 1 mana, which goes to not to waste, but 1 mana less to have something to do during his or Moritz's next turn.
Alright, that's
So
the land
Gardens
drop.
is on a bit on the back foot here. And let's see what Moritz does with this 1 mana open. Nothing.
Because he doesn't need to.
Okay. I think Moritz also has his 4th land drop here, if I'm correct. He mulled the first hand because I saw a special card in the first hand, a special land. And now he's probably doing grab the prize. And does he have the sneaky snack? I know it's just a looting. It's
Still
good, though.
does damage.
Still does 5 damage. No,
Is it 5 or 4? 4
It's-
probably. 1 per
it's 4.
pinger.
I cannot count.
It's okay.
Now he's getting in for 2 more.
We're
Yeah.
blocking.
And no disputing.
This is not looking good for
maybe
Jean-Michel.
he wants to actually do weather the storm, or it forces him here to weather, and he
Weather would be nice.
nope,
No.
draws cards. Ay.
Okay, so this is really dangerous.
This is really dangerous for Jean-Michel now.
13 damage, or 14 health with like 2 pingers in play is like very dangerous territory.
And 3 coming from board. Moritz has, I don't know, like at least 3 hand cards. I think it's 4.
Yeah.
But also
And-
desperate, not desperate, but ballsy from Moritz to just slam the Voldaire in there, forcing Jean-Michel into do you have weather or not.
That's true. That would have been quite a blowout.
Yeah. I think I would have thought a bit longer about that, and then probably would have slammed it as well, because if you have it, then have it and show me. But if he has not, because now Jean-Michel is in a really, really tough spot here.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have a land drop available already.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I think he would have just put that on the table.
Draws
So
another
yeah,
land.
he
Oy,
needs
oy, oy.
he needs a land drop, and that's not a land drop.
And the
That's a
campfire.
campfire.
Oh, and now Moritz can actually finish
Yeah,
if he has Moritz.
he has to discard to hand
Oh,
size because he's
God.
just stuck there. That's
Now-
unfortunate.
What Moritz needed to go through on game 2, Jean-Michel now needs to go through on the last one here for
I mean,
the finals, and Moritz swings in for 3.
I mean, there's a chance Moritz might just not have it, right?
There's a chance, but the chance is low.
Yeah, but because if he had it, he would just probably put it on the table now. There's
Maybe-
no mana left on Jean-Michel's side.
Maybe
I
it's
think.
counting. It's hard. It's 10 damage.
Yeah. Plus
it's
2
not-
per spell cast.
I mean, grab the price plus 2 Classic Flame Breathers is not 5, like I said. So.
I mean, 2 bolts is lethal, right?
Oh
But
god.
he just has more pingers.
He's breathing flames.
Okay.
And Moritz is also stuck on, not really stuck, freelance is okay.
And Jean-Michel doesn't have the mana to go like Crypt Rats, wipe the board.
Yeah. At least Jean-Michel can gain
Yeah.
2 now. And usually you do not want to keep up your weather in this situation, right? Because you can just die on the stack with 3 Classic Flame Breathers. It's an insanely tough spot for Jean-Michel to be in. What do you do here, Felix?
That's a tough one. I'm not quite sure I see all their hand. I imagine there's a couple of costly cards in there. I think a Thorn maybe. Definitely the cast
The
one on the
cast
top.
down, I
You
do
might
see.
think about that. He's playing
He's digging more.
another one. Another dispute, drawing 3 cards. Hopefully finding the land. There's a weather if he would have a second land.
But
that
as you
just
pointed
looks
out,
bad.
there is no untapped green mana in Gardens.
That's true.
And also no treasures. I mean, you can get a treasure from the initiative. Oh, and we just got in from the Bürgermeister that Grixis actually won 2-0 against Weenies. So our first finalist being Lou, who arrived for exactly one match day. 2? Oh, maybe, but not a lot. And yeah, he's now in the finals for the playoffs for the 8th slot of the top 8. Okay, so Jean-Michel, still in his turn, discards to hand size, and Moritz now has everything he wants. He has 4 damage on board. I mean, he just finish it. I mean,
he revealed a hand with only card draw, so I think that is sort of he just has card draw. But I mean, any card draw spell now is 3 damage. So like if you get 2 of those, but I mean he had 2 robberies and like now the card for turn. So maybe if that's another robbery, a land or whatever.
I mean, you talked about the comeback of the tournament if Moritz would have won the last game. I think if Jean-Michel wins this one, this is the comeback of the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, and now Moritz just has 1 to anything.
Is there anything? I think there was a gutter snipe, probably. Yeah, it's just more card draw, more pingers. He just doesn't find the ones to really back the game.
Oh, or will there an Epicure?
1 mana.
Epicure?
He has a blood.
It is.
Or he has another Epicure from hand.
I mean, he could have also put one of the Epicures into, or put the Epicure into the blood and hoping for because he has no land drop.
Yeah.
Never mind. Jean-Michel,
There's nothing.
what do you do here?
There is nothing he can do, I think.
Oh God.
Because he just doesn't have the mana. If he had more mana, there would be ways to deal with this. But
still, I mean, Moritz now has 2 lands only, and his hand is draw. What else? Gutter snipe, draw.
Yeah, but the problem is you're staring down like 3 1/1s, or is it? No, it should be 3 pingers, right? Is there a Keswick under there?
Yeah, there's a Keswick under there.
Yeah, so 3 Keswick, 2 Voldaren, that's already 5 damage combat.
He can
And
still.
he has a land drop, okay.
Land drop. He has a
But
campfire in play, so that's virtually 2. He can still keep.
But
up
like
weather.
weather doesn't
There's a weather
help.
also in hand, of course. There's a
And weather doesn't really help if you're like in lethal combat range, because the opponent just hits you and then you're like, oh fuck, okay. You gain. He can gain 6, yes. Like he can, and that's probably what he's going to do. He might be like disputing something.
Okay,
He has a
dividing an
defile to build storm count. He's waiting for Moritz's turn, so he might do something, so he
But
can
that's
respond
smart
with
here.
weather.
That's smart here, because
So he has. Sorry, he basically has defile, campfire plus weather, right?
yeah, that's true. And Moritz now needs to go to combat first, because then Jean-Michel has to react. And he has to react actually with both, with the campfire and the weather, because otherwise he would die to the 4 combat damage. So Moritz needs to turn sideways here, and then wait. Yes, he knows that. He needs to wait for Jean-Michel. Jean-Michel now staring down.
Jean-Michel should now activate Campfire and hope for some kind of reaction.
Yeah, probably.
Storm count.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, yeah, you can activate campfire to try to bait any sort of reaction.
Or he has another defile and wants to
That would also be.
Oh.
I don't think he has an. If he had another defile, he probably would have played it also. And keeping it open after the weather, because he really has to weather now, right? So
He's weathering before the campfire.
yeah, he really just only does what he has to. Maybe he has some sort of. Maybe he can, for some reason, now cycle a troll or whatever.
Any instant spell does it, Moritz? I don't think he has one. No, it does not. Any instant spell does not do it. It needs to be.
For Morris, this is sort of the weird game where like, oh yeah, I have this in the bag because they don't do anything, and then you only draw card draw. So we're thinking whether we want those 2 stacks of whether to just resolve, and then going to 8, then going down to 3 again, which is still bold range. So I think we can just assume bold is not a card in Morris's hand.
Resolves.
Now they take 5.
4.
4 only. Oh, sorry, because we removed a creature.
Why
We-
not Campfire now while he was at high life?
I don't know.
So he does have to have something else in hand.
Yeah, Jean-Michel might have something in hand, or
There's the
oh,
gutter snipe.
yeah,
And go.
we saw that earlier.
And Moritz didn't top deck an instant spell because otherwise Jean-Michel would have died.
I mean, this
Is-
is like a super tough spot for Jean-Michel,
Yeah,
even like
it's still-
mentally.
it is
Like
still
you went through
insanely
all
tough.
this. You clawed through the last game to
Yeah.
win it, and that wouldn't that like the game that Moritz just wouldn't give up. And now you're sort of
There's the
grasping
cast
for straws here, and it's just like you got dealt a very bad hand with those land drops.
I see a Fairy Macabre. What do I think I see a cast down, right? Do I see a cast down? I don't know. I'm not sure.
So this is again 4 damage, which wouldn't be lethal. So the question is though, he just takes that because he has a read now. Like Moritz doesn't have anything. He just has card draw. I think he read that correctly. And that would be lethal for.
Pulse in response. And if
Which-
Moritz is now an instant, he has.
Oh,
And that's
there
it. Oh god.
Very nice played, keeping the fire blast until the coast was clear, and that takes it. That takes him to our finals.
That takes Moritz to our finals, and what a semifinals this has been. Holy shit. I mean, it delivered, right, Felix? It
Yeah,
delivered.
totally. In German, we would say ein Krimi.
Ein Krimi, right? Also from game 1 over the second game, which Moritz somehow managed to still, looking really, really menacingly at Jean-Michel, even if being 3 land drops down. And insane stuff here. So Moritz goes to our finals, and he plays Lou on Grixis, who beat Dennis on Weenies in the second semifinals. And I hope you had fun. We will be back in after a short break.
Yeah.
And
We will take a little bit of time. I think we can't fit in an interview here now because it's just Moritz is gonna prepare for his finals mentally. Jean-Michel, we just had on here. So unless something else comes up, we are just gonna take a big, a small break. Legende dieser Moritz, absolut. And shout outs to Anton. We're making do without you. I hope you have a nice day. And other than that, I think we don't have anything for you for the moment. You have to be a little bit patient. We're gonna be right back with the finals.
or the interview and before that, if Moritz is up for that.
If Moritz is up for that, do you think he would? I
don't
mean,
know.
we have to ask him.
We have to ask
Okay,
him.
so maybe we have something.
Let's
Maybe
ask
we
him.
don't. You'll find
You
out.
you see.
Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, and now we are back for the finals, and instead of Felix, I have Jean-Michel with me.
Hello, hello.
Can you introduce and say a few words about yourself? Not about the last match, maybe, but about who you are and what kind of Magic player you are.
No, thank you. Yeah, so I'm Jean-Michel, also known as Jimmy or Yimi. Yeah, I'm I know that online I were able to speak to a few people that are part of the Paper Pauper Discord, as I'm a moderator there. But yeah, otherwise I mainly play White Weenie and Gardens. Gardens is a deck that I took out recently. But I am someone that plays a lot of different strategies. It's the first time I think in my Magic life that I've been focusing on 2 decks and playing them.
All right.
Like constantly. But yeah, and I luckily won the Leipzig tournament, Common Island, with White Weenie a few months ago.
You did, and you actually played the finals against Lou,
which we're going to play again. We're going to see playing right now with the same deck as well. He played Grixis at the finals, and now he is again on Grixis.
Yes, and I am not sure if he changed anything in the deck, because Lou, as we and Felix and I just said, only arrives or only occurs to the large tournaments and tends to do really, really good at them. And let's see how he fares here against Moritz in our finals of the playoffs. And again, the winner of this match will take the 8th slot of our top 8, happening on the 7th of February, so just 2 weeks from now. And of course, there will be a stream, and the stream will be announced. And the winner of this top 8 will receive a Paupergeddon buy for the March Paupergeddon. So there's quite a lot on the table.
So when it comes to the matchup right now, Grixis against Radness, what is your take on it? What do you think of the matchup?
The first question is, who won the die roll? I'm not sure, because if Moritz wins the die roll, he has quite an advantage, I would say. I think Madness or Radness is better than Pingerburn against Grixis, especially if Pingerburn does not play like 6 to 7 exile land effects in their sideboard. But I'm not so sure. It's a hard matchup. I cannot really tell if it's like a 40-60 or a 50-50. I don't think it's especially lopsided.
No, I think statistically, Grixis has a slight advantage. So you see that
he is on the play. So now he's like.
Yeah. I think Grixis has a slight advantage,
but it's not a large
statistically, but I don't think it's a large one. But obviously, Grixis having ways to life gain, ways to control as well, counterspell, and so on, and also a graveyard aid main board. They do have a lot of answers to, like small answers to a lot of the strategies that Madness is trying to do. So
yeah,
we'll see what.
And also, Karklan Shaman is a card that is able to cleanly, or not really cleanly, but is able to wipe also the pingers. Here arrives the first one, the Keswick. And Lou does not seem to miss any land drops right now. He has access to his 3 colors, which is a good start.
It's also a good start for Radness with having already one Keswick on the board. Getting ready for the game plan with already also. It doesn't look that menacing, but having already pressure on the board with 2-1, a 1-1 and a 1-3 is good, and also discarding here a sneaky snacker to the refurbish is really good.
And then Gulf Blasting. I was just thinking about what's the best turn for Lou right here. Having Metalcraft online and blasting the Keswick, as well as bringing a blocker and getting rid of one card, which happens to be a sneaky snacker, which is good for Moritz. But still, Lou seems to be in quite a good situation here.
Exactly. I think having also now the everything turned around, Lou has now the can put some pressure. But he decides to block. So okay.
Blocks.
But that's the thing. I think that what makes Grixis against Radness. I think Grixis in general that makes it always impressive is that even with no mana or one land open, they can still do so much and it can still put so much pressure that it's difficult for Radness to then answer everything and when everything is free.
Yeah, probably. And now, but doing all that, Lu only has 2 more cards in hand. So if one of those cards is not like a Thought Cast or any kind of draw spell, then he might be in a tough spot, needing to draw some kind of card draw, which of course Grixis has a lot of in the deck. And Moritz slams another Keswick here, asks Lu kindly to, do you have another Gulf Blast? And there.
Exactly what we expected. 2 thought, 1 thought cast, drawing 2. And also what right now we can also see that Lu is waiting with Spell Bomb, obviously to see if he can get rid more than just the snacker that is in graveyard.
Yeah.
And then
plays more artifacts. The count is now 6. So he could probably play a Mirror Enforcer here. But he can also just wait and say go. And he does not seem to have found another land. So now, what does more?
Which is not too bad of a situation for Grixis.
No,
like it's
still fine.
Like I said, I think
the most important thing was the Thought Cast.
Yeah, exactly, to refill the hand a bit. That's having some answers, but no.
Well, it develops board a bit more.
Voltar in the picture. Having blood to follow up.
A draw spell here would be nice for Moritz.
But at the same time, they're probably trying to not do it in case the snacker can get can be discarded, like they can be exiled with the Nil Spellbomb.
Yeah, and now he actually Lu digs a bit more and does not respect the Sneaky Snacker in Moritz graveyard.
On end step, yeah.
On end step, okay, all right.
Which is not to be like worried about all the draw cards from Madness is sorcery speed, but obviously he has 2 blood, he can discard 2 and bring
the
back.
Snaker comes back. Does he want to discard another one? I think yeah, he does.
And then play the Lava Dart as well before it gets exiled. That's probably what's gonna happen.
Moritz is also Moritz didn't do his land drop, right?
I don't think so. No, he's still in.
And he's discarding a land, which he just drew. And then Snaker comes back, of course. And now.
And this board is already like more problematic for Grixis.
Yeah,
like
yeah, because if you don't have the KCS Toxin, you need to put a lot of artifacts into probable KCS to kill the Keswick Flame Breather, and then there's still the Sneaky Snacker in the air, which you need a Gulf Blast for. So it's a quite balanced game, I would say, as of now.
Okay, so you
actually flashbacks.
Do flashback, which is it's a tricky question. Do you do it for the 2 damage or do you keep the 3 lands? Depends on what he has in his hand, obviously, but it is an interesting play. See where that leads, because you don't necessarily want to be too low on mana either with Radness.
And he now hopes that Lu didn't find any kind of removal, so because the board is still 4 damage per turn right now. So as long as Lu, Moritz needs to get rid of 1 more card, and Lu, of course,
it's a snacker.
It's a snacker. That's not what you want to see as a refurbished familiar enjoyer. And now, I don't think Lu drew another land here. After like Nihil's Spellbomb crack into draw for turn into Thought Scour and chance is low, but chance is still a chance.
I mean, his count is still 6 artifact on board. There's always the option to play a Mirror Enforcer.
And he
another spell bomb.
Another
That
spell bomb.
is-
That's why he cracked the first one to now have.
That's very good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Because Moritz, what Moritz wants now is a draw spell again, to refill hand and to probably draw another land.
Yeah, I think also the strategy was going for was decide like sacrifice, do the fire blast, to sacrifice the land, because if your opponent does not have much answer to your sneaky snackers and your board, you can then start swinging, and you don't really doesn't really matter how much land you have. But now that there's a second nil spell bomb, this is problematic.
Looting with the trigger of the snacker. Moritz still pondering what he wants to discard. Best option would be a temper here probably, and like a dart, or not really a dart because of the spell bomb. No.
Gutter snipe and a Kessish.
Okay.
Oi. But it's again, he's stuck on 2 lands.
Yeah.
He cannot play the gutter snipe. Would it be too? It's probably risky to keep it, because now Lou is in a much better position where Grixis wants to be in a mid-range deck. You just want to stabilize the board a bit, and then that's when your value starts be overwhelm your opponent.
Yeah, and Moritz says, I'm okay with this board of mine I do have right here, and I'm rather fishing for more land drops. And yeah, swing in. Let's see if and how Lou blocks. Probably, yep.
So he takes 1, goes to 12, go to 11. True, the Epicure also attacked.
And Moritz didn't. Did he draw a land now?
No, he did not.
He did
He's
not.
stuck on 2 lands, which is why he discarded his gutter snipe.
Yeah.
But still, I think that's the problem playing against Radness. Like I just did, is 11 life, you would feel like you're comfortable,
No, you're
but
not.
it's
You're
still
not.
not comfortable,
No.
because the deck is so explosive that you cannot you cannot feel safe with 11 life total. So
Yeah, and a third refurbished. What you want to do, what you like to do as Radness is leave 1 mana and temper up against Grixis to discard the fiery temper after the refurb is being played.
yeah, I mean, refurb against Radness is not a good card.
It's not a good card, but it's still, especially if in the early turns, if you cannot really afford to leave 1 mana up for fiery temper, it's still a nuisance. So it's annoying. It's the third one. It's still it also blocks. It blocks the snacker, and
I mean, right now in this position where Moritz does not have did not have his land drop, his card selection doesn't seem to be the best, since he discarded 2 creatures. Now we're at this moment, the refurbish is way better than in other situation, but still the refurb is a hard.
and Moritz.
So discard the fire blast. So that shows that here it's a really good card. It was really well placed, but I believe that it's the Grixis. You side the refurb out, or
I'm not so sure. I'm actually I have no idea. Let's check Luffy's guide. No, to be honest, I don't know. I do know that in Junt Wildfire, it's been like 9 months since I've played this deck, and I think you slotted out 2. I was talking with Walker over Discord when first Madness came up as a deck, and I was playing Junt back then, and I was having real big problems with Junt against Radness. And I was thinking about, okay, well, what do I side out? What do I board out? And I think it was like two refurbs back then. But right now, I'm not sure. What else? I mean, the Nihil Spellbombs we want to keep, being Grixis.
No, obviously.
What else is there? You do not touch. You do not touch your card draw. You do not touch the Gulf Blasts. Maybe you touch your. I don't know. I'm not really sure what Grixis boards
it's a good
out.
question. Yeah, exactly. That's.
I mean, they bring in blue blasts.
Yeah, obviously.
And okay, but it's not done yet. Even if Moritz is in like a tough spot right here, and he needs bold Fire Blast.
Exactly. So that's the crazy part is 7
It's
life.
still-
It's so low.
Okay, he draws 2.
And deals 2 with grab the price.
Yep. Does he have a Lava Dart engrave as of now? But he has a Snacker engrave. And he is now asking Lou if he wants to do anything in response to
Right
the
now,
Snacker
if Lou
trigger.
has a counter spell, that's
No.
okay. He doesn't, but he gains some life. All
Only
right.
2 though. He doesn't want to get rid of the Grixis. The Mir Enforcer.
To gain more life, to gain a 7, but yeah, it's a
It's still not done, even
No.
if it looks from the outside. But if you know Radness, you do also know that the deck can come back. And as we also saw from the last match, where you were the opponent of Moritz, it can come back even from very tough situations, and even if they only have like 2 lands in play, it's still not over.
ooh, okay, that's nice. So giving
But now Moritz has to think a bit.
lifelink to the Mer Enforcer, that would bring Lou back to a healthy 11 life.
Yep. Does Moritz want to sacrifice 2 of his last lands for a Fire Blast?
So no, he takes
of
it,
course not.
goes to 12. So now 12, 11, that's better. And again, now it does look like Moritz is in a worse situation, just
Yeah.
because
No, definitely.
now Lou as card draw, he has everything that he's in a position, very good position. He's happy to be in there. He has a lot of things that he can sacrifice. He can bring now end step also do the Blood Fountain to get back 2 of his refurb in the graveyard. So I think that now it's a good position. But again, Radness is always surprising. So
And he brings Lou down to 8. I don't think there is another Gulf Blast in Lou's hand. Plays land.
third
and
land.
Is this a highway robbery? It's a
Plotting.
plotted robbery, and is Moritz setting up something?
Mm.
What does Lou have in hand? Is the
I think Lou is gonna go for the Blood Fountain.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So getting back is to refurb, and that's gonna be hard to
Yeah.
to win now for Moritz. I mean,
And as we said, I mean, it's always feels bad to play refurb, but there are situations. I mean, yeah, of course he can now play the first refurb, gets hit in the face by the Fiery Temper.
of course, exactly. But at the same time, now being able to discard the only card that
Yeah,
he has in his hand, then
Still-
play around it.
it's still worth it.
Yeah,
You just
he has a clue. He has a blood. He can draw. There's a lot that can be happening. Then he taps 2 black mana for Mage's Rod. Okay. Interesting.
Can he finish here is the question.
At least now he has a blocker for, like, he obviously attacked, but he has a
Yeah.
blocker for the
Oh, there's a Gulf
Epicure.
Blast. And this does
Galv Blast. Okay. To face
to face for 5.
for 5.
Yep. And now he needs
He needs one more spell, that
one more spell, and then
non-creature spell, and then that's
that's over.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
That's it.
game.
Yeah, game.
That's game for Lou.
But like you saw, I think in this matchup, being on the play, especially in the first game, is a game changer for Radness.
Exactly. And now game 2, obviously the sideboards are gonna come in. What you play Radness, or you've played a bit?
I played it a bit, but then I distanced myself from it.
And here in this matchup, what is it that you would?
I mean, if you have access to a Cast into the Fire,
that's of course.
then you
yeah.
bring in the Cast into the Fires, because otherwise the sideboard options, which are meta right now for Radness, are Relic, Searing Blaze, of course Blasts, and the Festivities, because there's the large upswing of elves coming into the meta, or getting back into the meta. and or having a larger share of the meta. So I don't know if Moritz actually has access to any form of artifact removal. Other than that, yeah, you can bring in a few red blasts countering the blue blasts of Lu.
Yeah.
But you do not bring all 6.
No, and here I think I mean I played against Moritz earlier, and I believe he has Cast into the Fire as a sideboard card. So yeah, that's an obvious choice to bring. But yeah, looking at lists online, there isn't that much. So probably two red blast and 2 Cast into the Fire.
Probably like 4 cards.
Yeah.
As we see here, I think he boards 4.
And for Lu, obviously blue blast.
Yeah, blue blast and.
I mean, it's a good question what the rest of his sideboard is.
Fangs.
Could be that they play Fang. Could be.
I
did some.
Fangs.
Then this is
Fangs gets in, but what gets out? This.
I think at this space. So I think there's this option to this. You can get rid of maybe a few refurbish. Obviously, that's always a possibility. Or maybe you don't get rid of 4 of them, but you can rid of 1 or 2. And otherwise, I think getting rid of it's a good question if you get rid of Karklan Shaman, for example, because I think yes, it's a good card, but you also already play with a single target removal that you can keep just for the Gutter Snipe, for example. So I don't know.
I mean, you can also board out, and I think this would be like the best board out. The Final Fantasy, what's the name?
The Black Mage Rod.
Black Mage's Rod. Because what does it do really in this matchup? It builds a blocker, okay, nice, and it has some reach, okay.
No, but the game plan, it's not part of the what Grixis is trying to do. Then it's not trying to play it early or even like mid game just to ping for 1. You're trying to stabilize so that you can then unexpected fangs or the toxin analysis, or so that you can get some life back while still controlling the game, keeping either some counterspell, either some now here that is going to side in obviously the blue blast, and you try to answer the big things. So this is also why I don't know if Karklan Shaman will go out, since you get the blue blast in. So you have already like board answers. So I don't know if you want to put yourself in a situation where you're going to have to sacrifice lands at that point of the game, chances are that you're already quite in low life. So
and you also I mean, especially against Radness with Lava Dart, casting toxin analysis on KCS is not that easy to resolve, right?
Exactly.
I mean, so what I'm always, because I do not play Radness that much, I play Pinger Burn or Moxide or Sim in the last few months.
Someone asked in the chat if it was a Moxide max.
Yeah, I think it's the old chat. Probably it's I answered it. Yeah, the Moxide max, because Moxide is the best red deck. Play it. But what I
do you believe so? Do you believe that it's better than Radness?
Check the Pauper win rate of it. Then because only one me played it. No, really, but what I
think you win against Radness, right?
Yeah, I do, but Tomb Raider wins against Radness.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the aggro.
They need to answer board. They do not want to answer board.
Lava Dart doesn't do anything, or obviously does, but does not work. Or they can Lava Dart your exile.
Fair.
The clock. What's it called?
The Clockwork Percussionist.
Clockwork Percussionist. Yeah, exactly. Percussionist.
But it's. I mean, I'm not sure if it's. I played it and it was fine. I just lost the win in Paupergeddon, so it was like 5-1-1 or 5-2-1 in the end. But I'm not sure if it's better than Radness or Pinger Burn. So, but what I was really afraid of, because I played a lot of exile effects in this deck, and whenever I played against Grixis, the worst kind of turn 1 for me from the perspective of a red player is when Grixis does Seed of the Signet Go. Because do I then, being on the play, exile the seed or attempt to exile the seed during turn 2 with them having like one blue open to possibly blue blast my exile effect
Yeah,
and then
okay. I see,
throwing me back a lot. So what I want to see as a red player is tap land go from Grixis.
Mhm.
If I see Seed of the Signet go, I'm like,
Yeah,
fuck
that's-
you.
Because it sets you back a lot if you then try
Yeah,
to.
and if that
yeah,
like
for-
misses, you know, then it's oh god, a lot. Usually I just play around it then.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's correct, but that's what I do. And more it goes like
It
then
starts.
pass, and let's see what if Lou respects.
Exactly what you
I
mentioned.
mean, this man arrives like twice in a year to tournaments and knows exactly what
Yeah.
to do. It's insane. Okay.
He has a lot of experience with the deck.
Holy
which
shit. Okay.
Probably why he is also the kid. I think last Liga Day he brought Gardens or the Pactol Gardens version, but now that he's back in the top 8 or fighting for the top 8, then bringing back his.
And look, Moritz is respecting it. And now he keeps it open. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Ay, ay.
Duress.
Yeah.
That's a good
And
card.
I think Moritz also asked Lou how many cards in hand after, is knowing. Yeah, and we hear laughs from outside, from our little caster's
Yeah.
booth here.
But for Grixis, that's an amazing first.
Yeah,
like,
it's-
that's a
it's-
good start. Okay, so
Okay.
Lavadar grabbed the price, Red Blast and a Snacker, and a
Yeah.
Mountain. But yeah, grab the price, gets discarded.
Oh yeah. This is.
I think
hard.
that is the right choice. But you could have also potentially decide to go for the Red Blast. But I think it's the right decision to go for grab the price. Oh, any top decked one. That's
top
that's,
deck one.
that's amazing.
And let's see if Lou has indeed a blue blast or not. I think he does. Yeah, I saw one. Yep. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's-
disgusting.
But he does
still-
answer to it. I mean, it's out. I think that's
I think this also was the best possible top deck Moritz could have had with this particular hand.
yeah.
Redrawing, developing board.
And that was a
now-
very good sequencing. It was a
Yeah.
very good. Everything was.
as
well-
one would expect. And,
Refurb. I mean, he has a Lavadar that he can discard. I hope he sees it. He doesn't forget about it.
maybe discarding another snacker here would also be no. It's rid of
Okay,
the
so he
Lavadar.
discards the Lavadar
Doors 2 like Grixis does.
and Thought Scour for 2 cards.
Disgusting deck.
I think it's the same. You see the same surprise effect that you get from Radness, but Radness is with damage, and for Grixis is the amount of spell and
Yeah.
quality of spell you can cast for almost nothing.
It's true. Okay, let's. Okay, I wanted to edit like it's 1-1 as of now, but I cannot interact
No,
with.
it's 1-0.
It's 1-0. It's
Yep.
not 1-1.
Yeah, that's
We just okay. Everything is correct.
Everything
I thought
is-
it's 1-1, but no, it's of
no,
course
no,
not.
no, it's very in a good spot.
We still have a potential of 1.5 games left to cast. But I mean, as of now, what does Moritz wants to see here?
I think having it in hand, if you have it, obviously he doesn't have that many cards in his hand right now, but I think it would be a good, when being open like this, putting a Gutter Snipe or putting a Kessis Flame Breather would be an okay plan if
Yeah.
he would have it.
Developing
Otherwise,
land drop.
yeah. Otherwise, I don't think it's either you set yourself with highway robbery, plotting it, or, I mean, there's always the idea of removing the refurb, but I don't think it's worth it to do it with the Lavadite right now.
No.
So I think, yeah, exactly. So he places the Gutter Snipe while Lou is tapped out, and now we have to see if Lou has an answer to the Gutter Snipe.
no, he just
draws
draws
2.
more cards. And he has like 7 cards right now in hand. There's a Reckoner's Bargain, another Seed.
A Blood Fountain.
So he has a lot of options here.
Yeah, he has a lot of card draw or card advantage or so, but he doesn't have the card that he needs, which is a removal for, or at least the cards we saw so far doesn't have the removal for the Gutter Snipe, which I think in this situation you need to sort of get it out of the board as soon as you can.
Absolutely. And I mean, he does have the Reckoner's Bargain, but he he needs to tap 2 mana for that, and he only gains 2 life. Okay.
Okay, he plays the
He does it and
Draw.
searches a bit more, but also
he gains
gains
4.
4.
Hopefully a land, or I mean he has this blue.
He has the seed, right?
Oh, okay, Grand Furnace, and then he's going to yeah.
Okay.
He found the Galvanic Blast, or he found his red source maybe, and then he can remove the Gutter Snipe, which in this situation I think is the best thing he could have done. Now Moritz needs to see if he wants to play his Lava Dart for
Oof, but
3 damage.
No, he does not want to do that. And with only 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and this sets back Moritz by a lot. Like
Yes.
being able to keep it would have been great, but now he only has 3 cards in hand. One of it is a land, so
Also the correct decision then from Lou
Yeah.
to draw to hopefully find a source, because I think Lou was thinking about, okay, I need to get rid of this Gutter Snipe, otherwise this match will snowball out of control.
exactly.
So that's why he aggressively really killed or sacrificed.
But again, this is what we meant earlier with Grixis can do so much with so little so little things and so little resources. Having 3 lands, being able to draw 4 cards to find your Galvanic Blast to play a land, like this is quite impressive for Deck's perspective.
I mean, there's a reason why people like Luffy online always top 8 every single challenge in Pauper with only Grixis since I don't know how long. Of course, they're a great player, but it's still the deck is also decking.
Exactly, and I never had the feeling that it's in a very bad position. The only time that it's very bad is when it's the deck itself is such in a good position that everybody then
hates on it
and has all the sideboard answers to it. Or if you get another deck that plays a lot of artifact, then suddenly you can justify putting so much artifact removal in your sideboard. But right now, as the meta is, I think there is well positioned because you only have Jund, but that plays some artifact, but you don't need necessarily with Jund to focus only on artifact hate, because the deck does not only do it.
No.
So I think right now we're at quite a good position when it comes to for Grixis meta wise. Okay, so Graveyard is out. No more flashback. Faithless Looting for Moritz.
During upkeep, he cracked it. But now Moritz has free play, so to say. He can bring him to 16 with the Snacker. I think there's no way to kill him.
But again, Moritz is in the same position that either he tries to put a Kestis Flame Breather or draw some card, but...
Okay. Draw some card and put the...
Lava Dart
there. That's good. Oh, but Lou sits on 6 hand cards, having a Blood Fountain play. And Moritz seems to not have found another land. Nope, he passes. All right.
Hey, refurb. I mean, now you could have the Fury Temper.
Infamous Fiery Temper. No, he has
okay,
the Piss
so
land.
He kept the land in his hand for... Maybe
For
exactly for this.
discarding,
Exactly,
yeah,
maybe
you
exactly for this. Exactly. I mean, I think that at some point when you know that you don't have any sources of flashback madness in
Why
your
should
hand, that
you?
exactly that probably it's better to keep your land to discard it, knowing that this is what's going to happen anyway with Grixis.
Yeah. But for
I mean, I see another Nil Spellbomb in.
I see a lot of cards in Lou's
Grixis.
hand.
Yeah,
what
some
else
land.
is there? Land, the spell
he's-
bomb. Land comes.
And then play the Spellbomb.
Yeah, of course.
So now that. I mean, now I think Lou is probably going to try to somehow get rid of the Sneaky Snacker, either by target removal or blocking. Obviously, right now Moritz has Lava Dart that he can cast if to kill the refurb, But at the same time, that's here again the problem in this position. Grixis is such in a comfortable situation, having a blood fountain, a lot of mana, and being able to play those refurb again for almost free. So for 1 mana, it is difficult to react to it.
But we do know that the other cards in Moritz's hand need to be really good because he wanted to protect them. He didn't want to discard a single one of them from refurb, because otherwise he wouldn't have kept the land in his hand. He wanted to especially discard the land and not any of his other, I don't know how many cards there are, but I think it's like 3 or 4.
I think he is either on 2 or 3.
Okay.
He's 3
Yeah,
cards.
it says on
exactly.
3 cards.
Yeah.
Is there a gutter snipe? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, but again, that's the problem. Having facing Grixis right now with all those resources,
Yeah.
it's if you tap out to play your gutter snipe right now,
Nah.
it's
not
dangerous.
gonna survive.
Exactly.
He needs to hold it back, and he needs to do the 1 turn combo kill. Otherwise, I do not think it's possible to crawl back from this.
So I see 1 gutter snipe in his hand,
Okay.
and I couldn't see the other cards, but yeah, definitely good
passes.
position for
Yeah.
Grixis.
Now untaps with 6 mana open, a lot of options.
And he still has a land in his hand, as we saw. Okay, he
mapping.
taps, he cracks the map, targeting the refurb. Now, Moritz needs to
Forces
see
Moritz to lava that or not.
exactly. Now he needs to figure out: do you sacrifice a land for this?
Yeah.
But if you do, that puts you back again. You don't have your gutter snipe anymore, and so on.
And he lets it
You
resolve.
would need your lava dart in your graveyard with gutter snipe because it's a free spell. So
And we see a hydroblast being flipped from the map. the
That's-
map shows the destination hydroblast.
wow.
All right.
But what a good position for Lou. Like this
What a
is-
great position.
He still has land in his hand. He has all the resources. Blood fountain is there. Can still be online.
Yeah. What I always
And then now he draws it. So that's wow.
I think a smart man once said that the only way to really beat Grixis is by slotting in 8 exile artifact cards and then just hating on their land base.
I mean, I think that's
Consistently, I mean.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why, for example, White Weenie has such a good can have such a good time against Grixis because you can hate on their lands very quickly.
Because otherwise, we see what happens if you let them free play. They resolve like 2 thought casts for literally free, drawing 4 lands, and then the board looks like this with 4 more cards in hand. I mean, it's only 4 more cards, but they can Lou can bring back 2 refurbs with the Blood Fountain. He has 4 mana open. I think he's also like actively considering doing
Yeah.
that.
He has the Nil Spell Bomb as well that he can sacrifice and then draw a card from it
Yeah.
to replace itself. Knowing that he also has the blue, like if he needs to do it, if he needs to, okay, he decides to remove Kestis.
Right.
Interesting.
Just like that.
Yeah.
But now he
Now he cannot. I find this an interesting play.
he cannot now Blood Fountain.
No, he can still exile the graveyard because yeah, exactly. So you exile with Nil Spellbomb and draws from it. I think did I see another blue blast?
Yeah, I think so. Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah, that's
I think maybe from a red perspective, mulliganing for at least 1 exile land effect.
but again, even if he would have done it, we did not.
Wouldn't have.
You had the seed of sign out turn
the
1.
seed of the sign out because
exactly.
Lou knew what was coming. Of course, there are only like 4 seeds, so you cannot do this play ever or every single time.
Yeah, okay. He brings back his.
Yes, of course. Plays the
refurb.
first one.
Oh, okay. Discard a snacker,
And discards a fiery temper.
and then his second card is Faithless Looting.
That's still.
I mean, he would be able to get back 1 snacker, but
Mm-hmm.
still, this is. That's if Lou does not have a blue blast
Yeah.
in his hand. So
And he taps out for looting and draws maybe 2 fiery tempers. or shit like
Exactly,
this. All right, let's see here. I mean, can Moritz come back from this position is the big question, because Lou is chilling.
okay,
And
3,
he-
yes.
Yes, he does this.
And then Lou.
And what kind of cards did Moritz draw here? Okay.
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 2
Oh, not
snacker.
not the worst. Not the worst.
Okay.
Passes with 2 cards. Again,
I think. Now he drew a blue blast. Lou. The thing is, I think he has a lot of lands in his hand. That's a bit unfortunate for him, but still, comfortable position.
still comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, gains some life, so goes to 16.
18, yeah.
Gets a clue, which
Can draw
in
a
this
card.
in this situation, that's a good one.
Does not have a clue. I mean, hopefully, hopefully he has a clue. Okay. Let's check. We grab the clue. Okay. He has. Okay.
No, so to the question in the chat, he did not forget the snacker in the grave. He discarded it to faceless looting,
Correct.
and only one saw the two cards, the third card draw. So that's why there's one in the graveyard right now.
Also, I'm so rooting for the red player. Please, not another mid-range player in the top 8. Well, we cannot influence that.
Okay, so he played a thirds refurb. Faithless Looting is again in the graveyard, which, that would be, it's not too bad. He can get a second snacker on the board.
But 2 reds blocking. Ay.
But we know Lou still has a blue blast in his hand, so here that would be backbreaking to flashback Faithless Looting, and then
No. Morris goes
he goes
to
the
the
offensive.
offensive.
Interesting. Oops. Wrong life. Yeah, go to 14. Exactly.
Okay. Will this game be won by 3 refurbished familiars on the board, dealing 6?
Okay, exactly. So
blast?
he stops the Faithless Looting flashback with Blue Blast, which sets him back by a lot. Now he has 6 damage on board, or he obviously can always keep one blocker, but that's starting to be the mid-range strategy of now starting to beat down.
Maybe it was a bait from Moritz playing
Could also
the
be that.
looting and wanting to get rid of the Hydroblast, because Moritz has maybe 2 1 Fire Blast and 1 Bolt in his hand, but as in this position with only 3, with a full board of lands, KCS doesn't matter here really.
But it's,
still
he can still also draw cards with he has 2 Icar Wellspring,
2
and
cards can he draw?
he blocks any plan of bringing a gutter sniper, Kithish Flame Reader. So that's it is not a bad play either. Either he draws card or, but it's basically more of a value thing at this point than anything.
Moritz found a land drop here. Okay. Triple refurbs should not be allowed in Pauper. I'm just saying. I'm with you. He taps the very, very beautiful land, and he lava darts.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So here, I think this is what is happening. He's trying to get rid of it so that he can play now. Have a window to play his gutter snipes or so. And then Lou sacrifices
2 cards. Yes, of course.
his 2 acres.
And
Exactly, so-
he slams it, and then it's pray to Jesus.
And he's a hellbent, jazz
He is
and
hellbent.
still
he
have
has
it.
1 dart in grave. So. And what does Lou have here? Lou
Acre
has
Wellspring.
Acre Wellspring, draws card.
A spell bomb.
Spell bomb, yes. A land, and what's the last one? 2 lands, spell bomb, and the last card I can't see. It's a blood fountain, isn't it? I don't know.
Restricted list for Pauper when? It's a good question. I think it would be interesting to see this in Pauper, to have a restricted list.
No.
But that would make the format weird at the same time.
Okay, and what Lou is now doing is forcing Moritz to get rid of the lava dart. Yeah, he forces and he shoots it. I think Moritz shoots it face. Needs to shoot it face here. No.
Okay, he destroys.
Because he does not want to be in the position of a 2-turn clock, apparently. But then again, one galvanic blast, and you're basically, it's still a 2-turn clock. And he draws a card, and I think it's another land, right? I didn't see. It's a Gulf Blast.
Golf Blast removes the gutter snipe. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
At this point, I think we're seeing the end of the light at the end of the tunnel. Moritz is
Moritz fought hard today.
fought hard.
Beat car gates. Beat.
Because right now he's still like Luke can still play. Okay, he decides to keep everything in his hand. Yeah, but this is a.
Is there an option for Moritz drawing?
I mean, at this point of the game, the only thing that would make you maybe be in an okay position if Grixis had nothing and then would never draw anything. That unfortunately is not often the case with Grixis to not be able to draw cards.
Not at all. I mean, they draw half their deck.
Plots.
Plotting.
Mm-hmm.
Saying go. Being afraid of what exactly?
He draws a Mirror Enforcer. Swings for 4.
He blocks.
Okay, he decides to block 1. So he goes to 6.
It's still with the Mirror Enforcer clock.
And then Mirror Enforcer.
Yep.
Slapping Mirror Enforcer right now. That makes it that next turn there's the.
Moritz needs to grab the Hail Mary here now.
Yeah.
And he.
Let's see what he drew. But even.
Yeah, 1 into the pool.
Sacrificing it.
Drawing 2. So
unfortunately, Snacker is not coming in untapped, so.
Yep. I don't know if it was a good idea to block with the Snacker there or to just leave it open, to have 2 more on board.
To only have to block when, if necessary. Yeah,
because
also
now he's facing the same situation as before. He's now dead on board, and he was dead on board the turn before when he blocked. So
exactly.
I think not blocking was
would have been a bit slight better. Yeah,
it's
I agree.
In chess, it would have not been a blunder, but an inaccuracy. No, I have no idea. I don't play chess. That's why I play Magic. If I wouldn't play Magic, I would play chess. Okay, there's one floating. He shows us.
I mean,
he has
lightning bolt.
Bold. I see bold.
I see red blast. I think.
But for 2, maybe Keswick. I mean, hopefully it's not that the 2 damage he missed are now crucial.
Okay. Bolts the.
That's 3. Okay.
The refurb.
And then
he passes. He has a Fury Temper in his hand as well.
He has a Temper in hand. He attacks. Go to 2 and.
Blood Fountain.
Bring back. Oh, and he cracks it for the refurb.
But here I think this is where the Fury Temper is going to come, but I don't think it's.
Bring back 2.
Plays one of them. He discards Fury Temper.
Yep.
Exactly.
Face.
2 face.
2 face.
And then another one, which is the Red Blast.
Yep. Okay.
And now, again, very bad position for Moritz. Grixis can discard a seat to draw. So he has enough land by now. So a third.
Draw another land. Oh.
So again, in a situation where he has 3 refurb on the board. It's.
I mean, the first game was like this as well. Also, refurbs were like back-breaking. Okay, Moritz checking again if there's any way out. But it's GG. It's GG. We have a winner here, and we hear the claps outside. Lewis moving on to the 8th slot in our Lega Pauper Lipsia season 2025-2026 finals happening on 7th of February.
7th of February, exactly.
And I will play there. You sadly won't play there, but we will play in Paupergeddon together again.
Absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to that. But good luck to you for your match on the 7th.
I'm still evaluating is playing red in this meta there.
or the expected meta there is a good idea. But maybe I need to reconvene with you on Gardens.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about it because I mean, personally, this is a deck that I'm considering bringing to Paupergeddon because I have just a lot of fun playing it. It's not a. I also happen to luckily don't play that slow, so
yeah, I think that's a pre-requirement
yeah.
for playing Gardens, because I played it like on my first Paupergeddon back in 2023, and it was miserable because I had no time to go to the toilet, drink anything. It was just overtime. I mean, I still finished matches and didn't result in draws, but it was still bad. Yeah, and now we see also a small hand. It's actually Lou's kid, who was with us the whole day, actually, and who was supporting his dad right beside him, which was fun to look at also for us casters. But yeah, I think what we saw was a really, really good Grixis versus Madness. I mean, Moritz was a bit unfortunate, and especially I think in the second game now that Lou hit the grab the prize.
Absolutely. Like I think the second game especially, everything turned around. Lou having the exact answers most of the time, which unfortunately broke Moritz's plan very quickly. So I think here, but it's a very common part of Grixis strategy to just have so much resources that you can get the right answer. But yeah, definitely a good show of the deck. Good show. Also, Lou is very, very used to the deck, and you can see that he has the experience with it. So
yeah. And I mean, what do we really learn from this? I mean, Grixis is still a deck, I think. I mean, Grixis today faced what did Lou face today?
He faced.
I mean, we can actually check. He faced Lulu. Pingerburn. He catched the first red player today, Pingerburn, and won 2-1. Then he played against Walls Combo and won. And then he won against White Weenie.
Yeah, White Weenie, and then after that.
And after that, it was again Radness, and he went through them all, and now, joins the top 8 from Lega Pauper Lipsia, as I said, on the 7th of February. I probably won't commentate during that. You maybe.
Unfortunately, I cannot be part of the. Like I cannot be there. I would have loved to. I would have loved to do that, but that's unfortunately not going to be me. But
there will be casters.
There will be casters.
There will be casters. There actually will be a bit of a more highly produced stream on the 7th. Than there was today, but we were happy to share this small like playoff tournament with all of you, and I think that's it. We have a winner, and I have nothing more to say than greets to everyone who has been watching us today. Jean-Mi, do you want to do some kind of shout out to anyone or?
Not really.
No, not really. I mean,
shout out to the community. Shout out to Pauper, to the people.
Maybe to all the sick people who shouldn't be, because actually we would have had 28 people here today, because 28 actually qualified with a trophy for this event today, and only 14 arrived. A lot of them were ill or couldn't make it. So shout out to all of you. Lying in bed, being sick. Hope you get all better soon. And we will be here, as I said, on the 7th of February. See you then, and have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye.